NASCAR kicks off its regular season at the biggest event on the planet. Welcome to the greatest spectacle in racing and the Great American Race. It's the Daytona 500 here in Florida at the Daytona International Speedway. Let's take a look at the track then. It's all about getting a good entry into turns 3 and 4 to really build up the speed. This is going to be crucial as the race goes on and in the single lap qualifying format. High line as you swoop in towards the tri-oval section. Keep it high, small turn as you hit the banking across the control line. Now keep your foot pinned down, approaching up already at 195 miles per hour as you approach turn 1. Light turns, bring it down low, really hug the inside low line of the banking. Sometimes as well, you get a little bit of oversteer, just got to correct in terms of drafting as well. You've got to be careful. Is someone above you? Is someone behind you? That's going to give you a bump that couldn't settle the rear of the car, especially drifting down the back stretch in towards turn 3 and 4. Same approach as turns 1 and 2. Take a nice high line in and sweep down low to really get the best of the line. Careful, because where the banking hits the pavement road or the flat surface, there's a nasty bump. Get on that and be spun round. There's a pit entry as well to dive in if you need a stop. We're expecting a lot of those on Sunday. Cross the line, and that's a lap of the Daytona International Speedway. This is where legends are made. This is Daytona International Speedway in February. It's not on a Sunday, on a Monday for just the 5th time in history. But welcome to the NASCAR Cup Series. It's the 66th running of the Daytona 500. Over the years, we've had photo finishes, we've had moments which have had hearts stop, hearts in mouths. This is literally the ultimate playground. And it's 200 laps ahead of us today to go green in the chase for immortality. 200 laps across 3 stages, 65 in stage 1 and 2, the last at 70 laps. But it's really all about the last corner. Whoever leads out of there takes victory. Welcome to JB Motorsports' first ever Daytona 500, and for the first time as well, we are covering the entire NASCAR season in 2024 in a shared broadcast between ourselves and Ultimate Sports Radio Network. Their call is happening now as well, with Matthew Lawrence and Sophie's on the line as well. Joining me in the commentary box right now, though, is Josh T as well. And Josh, we're all set. We had to wait for it, but now we can get going. 200 laps. The command is about to be given, and they start rolling off pit road soon. It's going to be a cracker.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, everybody. It's time for the Daytona 500. Just 1 day later than planned, but the sun is shining and it's ready. Half term ends today, so back to school tomorrow. Xfinity race has been put after the Daytona 500. Help me.
Yeah, not the best, is it? Because this race is due to end 1 a.m. at UK time as well on Tuesday morning. We've already had a Daytona race that has gone to Tuesday morning. That was back in 2012 when Juan Pablo Montoya hit the jet truck with 40 laps to go, bringing out the red flag. A similar incident actually happened earlier on today with the jet truck breaking down outside of turn 1 and leaking fuel. Massive efforts to get the track back up to safe standards. I'm delighted to say they have done so. And also after the rain that cancelled out Saturday's practice and Sunday's race, we have now got clear blue skies and the track is bone dry, and it has been a massive relief effort as well to get going. So we're nearly time to cross over. Let's just show you some of the screens that we're going to have in operation throughout today as well. This is our normal race screen. Adam Lemridge is about to join as well in the commentary box. Tom Dillon's going to be around as well for all the analysis, and anybody else who fancies on hopping into the box on the JB Motorsports team. This is the main battle screen. We have the raw feed just across from us. This will tell us the leaders, how many laps they've led, as well as what cautions have come out and who calls them. Below, we have the race control information screen. Above me, we have the total laps to go. We'll tell you exactly how long is remaining. But right now, it's time for the invocation. I'll pass you over to the battle screen and hand down over for trackside proceedings.
Father in heaven, we pause for a moment to acknowledge you this afternoon and ask for your presence to be with us. Please protect and keep safe our drivers in the race today, our crew members, our officials, our fans, and their families. And Lord, please protect and bless our men and women in the military and law enforcement and their families. For these things we ask in Christ's name. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome the 82nd Airborne Division All-American Chorus.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's hear it for the
A wonderful national anthem and fly past beginning as well. This is our battle screen, everybody. So during the race, if there's an interview from pit road or whatever, this is the screen that we will go to. It shows us the full timing screens across, as well as how many laps to go in the stage break. Another factor also to consider is this brand new from NASCAR Media themselves. This is what we have up here in the commentary box with our timing monitors. This tells us the current points situation, the current laps completed and where everybody was over those stages, as well as lead changes and a little summary of the race in terms of average speed, how much time's elapsed, if we do spend any time under red flag, and each stages, how many times we've spent green, yellow, how many cars are also out the track and in pit lane, and who the leader is as well, and what speed he's doing. Also, what the current stage of the track is with the warm-up at the moment. You can see with the purple line through it. That'll go green when we head to green, yellow under caution, and red flag. Well, you know what that is. And then, of course, the leaders of the caution numbers. So that's pretty much all the information we've got around us here in the comms box. It's going to be quite good to see what we're going to have. We did pause for a second, so I think we're 16 seconds back from the TV pictures to what you're seeing. So not too far. It's just about the same as MotoGP in terms of timings delayed. So works better than being 40 seconds back like we were for the duels, for everybody who likes to sync up. Let's get to the chat room quickly as well. Dimmer says, good morning from Joshua from Indonesia. Boogity, 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 let's go racing at Daytona. Yeah, well, I was toying with an idea of how do we kick off the NASCAR coverage on JB Motorsports. You'll see what I've come up with shortly as well. Behind the mic, Matthew Owens goes, hey guys, have a great call for your first 500. Have a great call yourself, Matthew. I hope you and Seth are absolutely going to enjoy 500 miles. Richie's here, evening as well. Josh T, where's the suit? And Benjamin Ray says, this race is going to be great. The duels were awesome. They really were awesome as well. Josh T, where's the suit? I've suited up. It's a 500 race. Suit up.
I saw your message about the suit like 5 minutes before we went live. Nine minutes until the command.
Do you have a blazer? I mean, you can throw that over because you're wearing a t-shirt, so a blazer t-shirt combo is kind of good. Kind of late 90s sports jacket vibes.
The only blazer I have is the one that I wore in year 7. Let's not go back to year 7. What a year that was, my days.
Let's definitely not go back there as well. Jackson's watching behind the scenes in the commentary box. I want to say a special hello to you. watching on as well. Hopefully you enjoy it. And International Pictures, that's the only reason he's here as well, because commercial free. So Fox want a break right now, I think. They are. So we've got International Pictures, which means we can still see what's happening down on the track. So finally, International Pictures as well. After the misery of the Jules, where I was shouting at the screen if you joined us every 5 seconds, saying why are Fox going to commercial. Cars are lined up on pit road there as well. Joey Logano taking us to the green, followed by Michael McDowell as well. It's quite an interesting front row, isn't it, Josh? Especially for Joey Logano, the only Toyota up there, the only Ford up there in the new car that actually got over 181 mile an hour in the qualifying runs. Not bad at all.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's gonna be a good one. I need to. The volume changes on the officials' radio is absolutely insane today. So
Yeah.
sometimes you're being swamped by it. So I need to definitely turn them down. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a good Daytona 500 today. Just
And
over 5 minutes away from the command.
just getting everybody. The Rock is here. Dwayne Johnson. We're looking at him right now down on the track, getting all ready to go. Let's go actually for a famous grid walk time as well. Let's head downstairs. Ready to see what the driver's going to say.
We had time to show you all of them. We don't. But here's a couple of snippets for you.
So from one 7-time champion to another, congratulations on 75 years.
Those were pretty nice words.
I meant every single one of them.
Let's go win another 500.
Yes, sir.
Let's do it. This is incredible. Watch there be like something that jumps out here.
The number one thing that Bubba Wallace needs to work on this year.
The mental capacity. The last 3 years, I was racing for like pride, right? Showing that I deserve to be here instead of enjoying that I'm here. I've been carrying a lot of self-doubt for years now. I'm over it. I'm excited to get this season started. The confidence, I'm going to bring that back this year.
I want to introduce you to someone that has sold tickets at the Daytona International Raceway since it opened in 1959. And before that, she even sold tickets to the beach races with Betty Jane France. She's so famous, they even named the ticket office after her. Let's go meet Juanita Lightning Epton. How did you get the nickname Lightning?
My husband gave it to me. He said he never knew when or where I'd strike.
What was the low point in 2023?
The quick answer would be getting hurt, but I really, that was not the low point for me. We just were not fast enough, ultimately at the end of the day.
The suspension.
Yeah, had that too.
What's something you learned from that experience?
Anytime you're sitting at home watching your car go around the racetrack is not how you want to spend your week.
What would success be for Chase Elliott in 2024?
Everybody wants to win 10 races and lead all the laps and win the championship. I think there's a but in here, for sure. You have to be among that group of guys right now that when the race is over, no one's surprised they won.
Your 2023 NASCAR Cup Series champion is Ryan Blaney.
You know my dad, right? He's not a very emotional guy. He got choked up a little bit in victory lane, which was good. I was hoping I was like, yes, there he is. To choke up a little bit.
Told you. Now believe it.
My dad told me when I first was going to get into the sport, he said, do what you can to leave it better than when you got there. And being the champion, I think gives me more opportunities to do that. I'm excited to do those things.
I'm going to add one more name to the list. I think old Ryan Blaney's going to be a good champion.
Oh, appreciate it, Clint.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Do your dads give you pointers when it comes to racing?
My dad mostly says, keep the wheel straight, guys. Keep the wheel straight. He spun me out.
You spun him out?
Yes, he did, and they got in a big fight.
You're gonna spin in front of the field and collect a couple.
You gotta fight me. Oh.
Young drivers, start your engine. Whoa, easy. Oh, man, those kids are good. Is it over between you and Kyle Busch?
Well, I don't think it's ever over. I feel like this was a good test for my first interview.
Yeah.
So let's let's say you don't win the Daytona 500.
Well, that would suck.
I know. You've been so close so many times, and you've freaking won everything in this sport. Are you happy with everything that you've been able to accomplish in your career?
I would say so. The 2 championships at the end of the season is a greater feat in my book, but there's still some other really, really great race car drivers who never won the Daytona 500, and yet they're Hall of Famers. I wouldn't say that I would be accepting of that here today, but at least one of these days it's got to fall my way, right?
Daytona is just a special place. There is literally no ifs or buts about it. And one man who knows that very well joins me in the commentary box. Adam Limridge joins me as well now, alongside Josh T. We're all set to go. We are all gearing up. The command is going to be in a few moments. Adam, well done, by the way, for rushing back home from work on this Monday. We weren't expecting it. Quickly, how special is the Daytona 500 for you?
Josh, it is really special. You think about the names that have won this great American race: Allison, Earnhardt, Petty, Gordon, Johnson, Yarborough, and the list goes on, and the list goes on. It took Dale Earnhardt Sr. 20 years to win his only Daytona 500. We all remember what happened in 2001 here at this legendary race. So to win the Daytona 500, it means you get it's Hall of Fame credentials. You get to go to New York City starting tomorrow and just go to all the talk shows. Your name will be talked about in the sports world all week, for months, years, to say, I have claimed the Harley J. Earl Trophy. I have won the Great American Race, and I have conquered the 2.5 mile track known as Daytona International Speedway.
I can't wait for the green flag to get going. Josh T is about to tell us when the command's going to be given as well to start the engines as well. And it's about to happen, so let's go down.
The specimen that he is. He was in bed at midnight and got up and worked out. I guess that's what it takes to be that big.
Well, we definitely won't see you getting up at midnight to go into the gym, but we know that.
If we've got 1 minute, thank you very much, Josh. I just want to say quickly, if you are on the NASCAR app today and are following along with the timeline as well as all the other information, it's our own Kobe Lambeth from the Grid Network who is running the show today over there. So well done, Kobe. Hope you have fun with it as well. And he's running all of the NASCAR mobile information out there today. So well done to Kobe. All right, here we go then. Time for the most famous words in all of motorsport to kick off the 66th running of the Daytona 500 and the 2024 NASCAR Cup Series. Let's head downstairs to get the command.
And that enthusiasm that I believe all 40 drivers feel like they can win the race. So this is always the hardest part, for me, was controlling those emotions to start this race.
We've seen it all. First-time winners, they can win it. Everybody on this racetrack can pull it off today.
Let's enjoy a few moments of silence, the last we'll have for the next nearly 4 hours here in Daytona. Let's go trackside to the Rock and U.S. Army Chief of Staff, General Randy George.
Daytona International Speedway. This is a moment you have all been waiting for. Here to give the command of fire engines is actor, entrepreneur, founder, and United Football League co-owner, the Grand Marshal for the 66th running of the Daytona 500, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
In the proud spirit of America, and in the proud spirit of our great country, finally, The Rock says, drivers, start your engine!
Engines are fired. The command is given. We are moments away from the green flag falling for the Daytona 500 in 2024. Well, let's take a look at the track as well. It was built back in 1958 as well. 200 laps ahead of us as well. 804.67 kilometers. That's 500 miles as well. The turns bankings are through 1 and 2 is at 31 degrees. The straight itself only at 3 degrees. 18 degrees, though, is at the front stretch and the trial section as well. So it's a very tricky circuit at him to get right. But boy, oh boy, it's all about the first 495 laps and the last 5 laps wide open to get going.
Josh, that is absolutely correct. You know, rain washed out a lot of track time, especially on Saturday and yesterday. These drivers are, you know, the last time they were on track was for the duels on Thursday. No track time since. So, yeah, last 10 laps, last 5 laps, it's go for broke. No givers, no takers. You're gonna see desperate moves. You're gonna see people thinking that they made the right choice. Well, you could either make your race or break your race. We've seen last lap miracles, first time winners. And this race has everything. Yeah, you'll see green flag. Yeah, you'll see a huge green flag run. You'll see plenty of moves, and all I can say is it's really cool to be with you, Josh, and you, Josh, on calling the great American race I've watched as a kid growing up in New Hampshire and now here in North Carolina where I live. It is truly a signature race across all motorsports, no matter where you live. There are people tuning in from over 150 countries around the world, including UK, New Zealand, Japan, Greece, India, and many more. So all I can say is we've waited long enough. It's time that we kick off the NASCAR Cup Series season at a hallowed piece of motorsports real estate, the Daytona International Speedway. I can't wait.
And the Toyota pace car leaves pit road, and Joey Logano on pole position follows him through as well. Joey Logano has pole position on the first row of the grid. Michael McDowell is alongside him. The second row of the grid, though, that belongs to Tyler Reddick, who won in the duels as well. Christopher Bell's alongside him. Fourth row of the grid, Denny Hamlin is alongside Alex Bowman as well. Row 5 takes it down as well. Look out 4. You guessed it as well. Hang on a minute, where are we going on the timing screen? It's all going to be funny. Denny Hamlin, of course, standing his 8th in the grid. 3-time Daytona 500 winner. Let's go over trackside.
The 500 winner, the Toyotas, they all seem lights out this week in Daytona. How about this stat? Do you realize winning today would tie you with the legend himself, Cale Yarborough, for second all-time right here at the Daytona 500? What would that mean to you?
Well, I mean, probably the best driver that ever drove the 11, that's for sure. So I'd love to have that company for sure. We're going to have a little luck to go our way to have it all happen, but I can say, we've got as good a shot today as we've ever had.
All right, buddy. Good luck. Go get him out there.
Thank you, guys.
Definitely want to, as we see, row 5 sees John Hunter Nemechek alongside Carson Hocevar as well. Could be a trouble causer as well. Row 6, Harrison Burton alongside Eric Jones as well. Look out for them too. They were running well in the duels, but Jones fell back later on. Row 7, Zane Smith alongside Daniel Suarez as well. And down on row number 8, Brad Keselowski and Ty Gibbs. What are they going to get up to today as well? Row 9, William Byron, who has been sent to the rear of the field. Kyle Larson is alongside on that 9th row of the grid. Down on row 10, Chase Briscoe is alongside Chris Buescher as well. And then Ross Chastain is alongside Justin Haley straight further back. Jimmy Johnson makes his return. He's on the 12th row of the grid. Had to race his way into the 500 in the duels. Bubba Wallace alongside him on the 12th row of the grid. And then we go to row number 13 as well. Further down, let's go down pit road.
Like the one he was this week, having to race his way into the Great American Race. He said he hasn't been that nervous in a very long time, but he survived the wreck to race his way into the Daytona 500. The work wasn't done there. Damage to the car. They were able to fix it during practice. He feels good about it. Now remember, Jimmy races part-time these days, much less experience than the rest of the drivers in this next-gen car. What he does have experience in, winning the Daytona 500, Jamie. He's done it twice.
Jamie
Well, Josh, Bubba Wallace was one of the many drivers that had damage in the dual races on Thursday night, and because of that, he will start mid-pack today. But don't count him out. This 30-year-old has a knack for this style of racing. He's finished runner-up here in the Great American Race 2 different times. Can you imagine the storyline if he could deliver the ultimate trophy to his boss man, the legend, Michael Jordan?
It's coming into it, isn't it, as well? Then on row 13, we see Ryan Preece, who's back at Daytona after his horrible flips. He's alongside as well. Further down, Kaz Grala. AJ Allmendinger alongside Martin Truex Jr. What can Truex do as well? Row 15 takes us back. Corey LaJoie and Josh Berry. What can he do? Standing 30th on the grid, outside of position, but boy, oh boy, did he show us what he can do in the duels. Ryan Blaney's been sent to the rear, so row 16 has Todd Gilliland. Row 17, Austin Dillon, so far back, not so far back, Kyle Busch to the rear of the field. And on row 18 of the grid as well, we take a look further on. I'll go down pit road.
And he has used that fierceness to gain 63 wins and 2 championships. But the one that has eluded him is the Daytona 500. Much like last year, a crash in Thursday's qualifying races has relegated him to a backup car. But also, much like last year, the team feels great about that backup car and the chances of him getting to the front with it and perhaps claiming that first Daytona 500 win.
30.
It's going to be interesting as we see Ricky Stenhouse Jr. starting on row 18, Riley Herbert alongside him as well. Row 19, Daniel Hemrick alongside Noah Gragson, making his return to the Cup Series after a year away. He's been sent to the rear in a backup car. Row 20, Anthony Alfredo and David Reagan is in 40th and last place for the 2024 66th running of the Daytona 500. Josh T, how many laps do we have before we hit the green? It's 4 pace laps, but how are we on now?
Hopefully I'm not too loud. I've changed mic. Am I too loud, too quiet?
You're too quiet.
Okay, let me turn myself up. There we go. Awesome.
Yeah.
They're coming down for their pit lane speed, which is their second time, so we should have 2 more to go after this. And we're having a look at Blaney's accident, which sent him to the rear. What an incredible accident that was.
Fireball down there as well, which put him in the backup car. Brought out the red flag in the duels. Pretty much knew that was going to happen. They're coming down pit road then to test the pit lane speed limits. How many times will Denny Hamlin get a penalty today for going too fast? Adam, I think is the question. Always has an issue with pit lane speed limits.
Yes, Josh, he does. And one thing you do not want to do is have a pit road speeding penalty, because if you do, you are all by yourself and you lose the draft and you can go a lap down, and it's hard to make up that lap unless the caution comes out. So you want to stay, in the draft. Otherwise, well, it ain't easy to get.
Bringing back to that 2012 race as well, because of how similar it was. We had Danica Patrick on that first lap in her first race in 2012 crash on the first lap of the race and ended up getting back on the lead lap because of the amount of cautions and the red flag that came out with 40 to go. So it didn't spoil her night completely, but it kind of put it right to the back of the field for quite a lot of that night. So just taking a look at the banking, everything looks to be okay, Josh, as well. We've had numerous issues with track drainage and as well as fuel tankers. I don't know if you saw that, the fuel tanker being stopped on the track, but it's just, everything's been going to 2012, hasn't it, Josh, as well? Fuel tankers leaking, rain delays, going on to a Monday, could go to a Tuesday, but it looks to be at the moment that we could just get this in before the end of the day. It's 4 p.m. coming up here, so it's not too bad. 4:30.
Yeah, absolutely. We're coming up to turn 3 now. When we exit turn 4 and go over the start line in the tri-oval, it'll be 1 to go for the 66th run-in of the Daytona 500.
Joey Logano's chosen the high line. Michael McDowell's on the low line. That's the inside. Logano high on the outside line as well, which is quite interesting into the first part of the track. When we have cautions, of course, the drivers have their opportunity to choose which side of the track they want to restart in, whether that is high or low, and that will then set the restart order. They'll do that with 1 to go at the exit of the tri-oval section, and then we'll go around for the green flag. Same rules apply as in IndyCar. If they're not bunched up together, NASCAR race control can call off the start unless they are 100% sure that everything is A, safe, and B, okay. And remember, it was 23 years ago yesterday since we lost Dale Earnhardt. Lap 3, 3 fingers in the air as well, as you remember Dale Earnhardt as well, who lost his life 23 years ago yesterday. 200 laps, 500 miles, stage 1, 65 laps. At the end of that, we'll have the green checkered flag. Coming into stage 2, another 65 laps. Final stage is 70 laps of racing across the 200. Fuel window, note this down, 40 to 44 laps. That's how long everybody's going to have in order to stay on the fuel limit. So just keep in the procedure. It's all getting set now. Final predictions, Adam. When will we have a caution? What stage? What lap will the big one happen?
It's called, if you watched Grid Network show yesterday, I said it would happen stage 3, and I said someone would flip, so I'm sticking with my prediction, and usually within the last 50 laps, it's go for broke, hang on tight, and oh heck, could break loose. Normally, it does.
Josh T, what about you?
Yeah, well, we had the big one, of course, on the last lap of both the Truck Series and the ARC race, which both included a car leaving the ground and going up in the air, and they were both spectacular crashes. Will we have one here in the Daytona 500? I'm going to say yes, and I am going to say I'm going to stick with it, and we're going to have 3 races completed, 3 races, last lap, the big one, as they go past the Le Mans chicane, getting ready for the start of this year's Daytona 500.
The Toyota pace car will pull off. Joey Logano will then detect the pace, and he will be looking to the marshal with the green flag at the flag stand. When that falls, we will be racing. Well, we've had the Busch Light clash, we've had the qualifying, we've had the 2 duels. We know pretty much who looks hot and who looks not. But I hope you've not got any plans until November the 10th. 36 races ahead of us to decide who will be the 2024 NASCAR Series champion. But 500 miles and 200 laps of the Daytona International Speedway to decide who will be the 66th winner of the Great American Race. The pace car pulls in. It's Joey Logano on pole position on the high line. Michael McDowell on the high. Here we go. The green flag is out. It's boogity, boogity, boogity. We are racing in Daytona. It's a clean start. Logano gets a push from behind. That's going to happen well because Tyler Reddick wants to go high. high. Michael McDowell staying down low. He's lost the drag. Already you can see the Ford pace and they're level through 1 and 2. It's a good start. Michael McDowell's going to have the inside line as they blast past us for the first time. Out of turn 2 and through the back stretch. They are side by side, 2 by 2 on the way back. Logano still getting a push from Tyler Reddick, but back in Michael McDowell with Christopher Bell as well as they come back through into turn 3. Logano gets ahead. He stays on the high line, and now, just like in the duels, we've got the 2 precede them. It's a good start, Adam, and nobody's gone into the crash, and it's the 2 yellows out front, 2 Fords, 22 Logano, and it's the 34 McDowells who complete the first lap of the Daytona 500.
Yeah, Josh, it was a really clean start, and I like what I saw from Michael McDowell and his duel on Thursday night, and he's looking solid in that front row motorsports car. He has won the Daytona 500 a few years ago, so he knows how to get it done. Joey Logano, fly spread himself. He's from Connecticut. He's a former NASCAR Cup Series champion. So it almost feels like we're still in the pit stop, since it's still 2 by 2 by 2 is coming out of 3 and 4 and coming down to complete lap 1 and into lap number 2.
What a great start as well. McDowell officially the leader, but Logano staying on the high line. He's keeping it together. He's getting a push from Bell. Reddick on the yellow side pushing Logano. This is just pandemonium. They're still too wide. Logano's having a few twitches to the rear. Watch out, Bubba Wallace as well running back. He's having a bit of trouble. So he'll get loose twice coming out of turn 2. But so far, Josh T, it's all good. And nobody wants to move out of that draft. Right now, it's fuel-saving mode already. 40 laps, remember, to 44 for the first stop.
Yeah, absolutely. Logano had a car length in front, but McDowell has got a push from behind and has caught back up. They're still side by side all the way through the pack. A couple of little gaps on the low line as we come into the tri-oval to complete lap 3 onto lap 4.
Josh Berry as well in the Sunny D number 4 car was out of position coming into 3 and 4 as well. Nearly got tapped from behind of AJ Allmendinger as well, with Riley Husband in 28th position. They fly by 1 and 2 once again. Logano still on the high line. McDowell covering down the low. Again, Bell and Reddick almost hitting doors to doors, and there's a little break coming over with John Hunter Nemechek and Carson Holzhauer in the top 10. They're beginning to separate further back as well, and they're going through still side by side. And again, Logano now on the high line getting the drag, but when they come through turn 2 and 3, Adam, it's just back up. Who's high? We're 3 wide at the top, and that's going to get a little bit hairy. Bubba Wallace is in that too, as well as Truex, Berry in there too. They're 3 wide further back as we come through the tri-oval section, and they've just got to be careful not to have a horrendous accident. AJ Allmendinger involved in that too. It's 3 wide now, about row 7 back. This is getting big time now. 4 wide through turns 1 and 2. How are they not in a big one?
Well, Josh, it's called, I watched numerous Daytona 500s, and right now, I know it's early.
Look at the 48.
You can sort of say it's called, you can sort of see right now, it's the calm before the storm. Everyone is, trying, to figure out where they want to go.
Yellow caution,
crash now. We've got a car around.
The 21 is hit with the 77, and that's going to be right in the middle of the pack, and it wipes out 4 cars. A mini one here at Daytona in the opening stage. Car slamming the 41 into the wall down the low on the pit lane line. And that Ryan Preece having flashbacks to 3 months ago in Daytona. And the 21 involved in there too. That's Harrison Burton. The 77 involved down there of Carson Holzhauer. I said watch out for him being in trouble. Harrison Burton out definitely. 77 as well. And the yellow flag out just 5 laps in. Logano leads Bell, McDowell, Cindric, Reddick the top 5. And that, Adam, a commentator's curse from everybody.
Yep. That's right, Josh. We've seen this happen time and time again. As we take a look here, as we take a look at a replay of how this all started. If you take a look at Harrison Burton there in the number 21 legendary Wood Brothers Ford Mustang coming up into
He's going to get pinched.
coming in to the trial, and he gets tapped. I don't know who
Hamlin.
who tapped him, but he got a tap from Denny Hamlin, and Harrison Burton has not had a lot of luck in that legendary Wood Brothers number 21 as we take a look here.
It's Brad Keselowski who touches the back of John Hunter Nemechek, who then goes into the side of the 21 of Harrison Burton. He collects the 77, comes back on the track and just wipes everybody out. 5 cars involved, including the 84 of Jimmy Johnson getting a tap. Caution's out for the first time at the Daytona 500. Fox go into a break. We stay here.
A lot of debris on the low line of the front stretch due to that big hit going up back into the line, and 22 leads of Joey Logano, but in second it's Bell. McDowell drops down to third.
Jimmy Johnson had to race his way into the Daytona 500. It lasted 5 laps, echoes of 2012, when he got taken out in the first part of the race as well. And now he's down on pit road trying to get some repairs. The 77, unfortunately, of Carson Hocevar front left has been caved in. He's trying to get it back to pit road under his own steam. I don't think that's going anywhere on RTV pictures at the moment. So, I don't know whether it's going bad to worse for him this week, Adam, as well. Not the week, and certainly not the race he wanted to have.
No. Especially it's not the way Jimmy Johnson wanted to start this year Daytona 500. You mentioned he had to race his way in, and it almost looked like he wasn't going to get it until the last lap.
Carson Hocevar is reversing down pit lane. Is that legal? I don't think it is.
Oh yeah, that's legal. That's legal.
He's now in the infield, but because he can't turn, he is reversing down pit lane and trying to use gravity to get in, and he's stalled it now, I believe, in the infield section. He's half on the pit apron, half on the infield, and the marshal, the AMR safety crew, walked towards him like, well, you can't park there, sir, unfortunately. And now, yeah, look, cut the engine, you're out. Sorry, you're out. Now they've got the truck back. You can't do it, I'm afraid. That car cannot be repaired. I mean, I know it's a 500-mile race, but I doubt we'll go red for this. It's a small accident. They can easily clean this up quite quickly. 41's back down pit road again as well of Ryan Preece. This time, at least, he's back there, not in barrel rolling. So Stuart Haas Racing already having some issues. First caution of the day then here for the Daytona 500. It's lap 8 of 200. We have 58 laps to go in stage number 1. And the yellows, as we know, breed yellows. You can see what the positioning is as well. So it was indeed the 3, the 21, the 36, the 41, the 42, the 77, and 84 involved. Out. 100% this time goes Carson Hocevar. He will not take any further part in the 66th running of the Daytona 500. The 36 is down pit road as well of Kaz Grala. Now, he was involved in that as well. So is Harrison Burton, Austin Dillon, Ryan Preece, John Hunter Nemechek, Carson Hocevar, and Jimmy Johnson, as we said. So now, I think at least 3 cars have been totally wrecked there. Josh, what are you hearing on the officials' channel?
So 36, 21 and 77 are officially out on the timing screen. Pit road is still closed as we've got an aerial shot of how it happened on the replay.
So watch out for Brad Keselowski in the number 6 car. He's at the top half of the track. He's going to hit the back of John Hunter Nemechek in the 42, who's going to carousel into the side of the 21 of Harrison Burton. He collects the 77 of Carson Hocevar, and then Hocevar stays on the infield, up the track, collecting Jimmy Johnson, the 3 car as well getting involved with Austin Dillon, and everyone just getting wiped out as it comes back through. And that all started with Brad Keselowski just touching the back 4 wide at Daytona never ends well, and it was a very similar accident we've seen many a time here. Just pinching at the beginning of the trial section, it causes accident. The same thing actually happened in the duels, but much later on in that segment of the track. So yellows are out. Let's cross over then and take a look at what's happening over on Fox and what they made of this.
Wood Brothers and everything that you prepare for over the last 3 months, and we see this race go that time every once in a while. Just these early wrecks that sometimes start with just people trying to go and trying to move forward.
Burton would have been okay, but for coming back up on the racing surface, obviously couldn't slow down. Kaz Grala thought he had the high line clear, and he did until Burton got there. A lot of damage here. Let's ride with Jimmy Johnson.
Don't think this is going to be a pretty sight. This is on board with Jimmy. And he's going to get a cloud full of smoke. Yep. And nowhere to go, Adam. Oh, how many times has that happened to Jimmy Johnson?
Too many. Too many.
They only did this Daytona race because it was Daytona. They didn't want to do anything. Didn't want to do any other super speedways. Wasn't interested in Talladega or Atlanta next weekend, which is sort of a super speedway nowadays.
Yeah.
Vegas as well, he stayed away.
Is open this time. I'm predicting people to go down and get a bit of fuel so they can run a little bit longer. And just looking at that incident, guys, of the 21, that if the grass was dry, that car might have dug into the grass and had a little bit of a roll. That slid straight over, but the way that it went into the grass, it could have flipped then if the grass was dry.
Ryan Priest is just literally thankful that it rained for 2 days straight. The 34, Michael McDowell, is down pit road. Okay.
For Michael McDowell in to top off with fuel only.
Fuel only.
That was close with William Byron right there.
Byron and Logano's in too. Hamlin pits, so all of the field comes through. Christopher Bell, I believe, has taken over the lead of the race, but once again, they're all down. Jamie Little.
In pit, they said all we need is 2 seconds of fuel.
Oh,
wow, there's all kinds of chaos down here, Mike.
Larson
nearly getting in front as well and chopping off. Well, we told him off for doing that as well, but the Hendrick Motorsport does not want to give a single effort to that, does it? William Byron taking tyres as well as fuel. The 19 of Truex Jr. coming back out on the track. Now, he started further back after a bad qualifying and a bad duel, so where's he going to move back in? The timing screen will be incorrect for the first few moments. Still under caution here at the Daytona 500 as we await the restart. We're in stage 1 with 56 laps to go. I mean, there's no point even talking over the Fox stinger because it's so loud, so you may as well just stop talking until it goes away. International feed means we get to stay with TV pictures as well. It's lap 10 then. And already a caution in. Now, official leaderboard. Christopher Bell. Go on. Yes.
Pit road closed. 1 to go at the line. It'll be the lap to choose.
Fantastic. So this will be the choose, and Fox miss it, so we'll be able to tell you. Aha! Another reason to tune in to JB Motorsports' NASCAR coverage this year as well. Some races it'll be me leading. Some races it'll be Matthew Owens leading. And some races it'll be neither of us leading.
24 to the rear.
Ah! So that is William Byron getting punished for that one. Okay. So it's Christopher Bell who leads. Joey Logano ahead of Tyler Reddick. So Bell stayed out. He did not pit. Neither did Ryan Blaney or Daniel Hemrick. So Daniel Hemrick didn't pit either. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has just come in as well as David Reagan. So they've stayed on. And have they gone to the choose line just yet at the exit of the tribal section?
Here they are.
Yep, and I believe that was Bell going low. So Tom Dillon's going to be joining the team shortly as well, watching from behind the scenes, giving us some information. 47 taking over as well with some new tyres, but only one side now. Yep, they are going to do both. Sometimes, the reason I paused there, because normally in the pit stop, of course, they're going to change all 4 tyres. But Adam, that's not the case in NASCAR. Sometimes they only change the left, sometimes they only change the fronts, sometimes they change the right, sometimes they only change the backs. It's a free-for-all, basically how many tyres you can change in NASCAR.
That's right, Josh. And And let everybody know, this year Hendrick Motorsports is celebrating their 40th anniversary. And once we get to Martinsville, all 400 cars are going to be running special ruby red paint schemes in honor of the anniversary. And I can say this, to everyone watching. I've actually gone to Hendrick Motorsports in Charlotte, North Carolina, and if you ever come over here, go visit it. You walk through Hendrick Motorsports history from where they got started until now. So I highly recommend it. If you are a NASCAR fan, Chevy fan, Hendrick Motorsports fan, go check out Hendrick Motorsports. And we welcome in here our good friend Tom Dillon, who's joining us now. It's called. Nice to see you, Tom. So, what have you thought of the race so far?
Well, I'm afraid to say, Adam, I haven't been able to catch any of the race so far. I've been catching up on a little bit of work, but I'm here now and excited to see. And I should probably cover up a little thing in my background because that has got the logo of my old school on it. So let's not dox ourselves and let's get to watch the NASCAR.
I've got you on the screen. I anticipated we would have a full team at one point, and we have a 4-car box. Second time today then, green flag is in the air. We are racing again at Daytona. Bell on the high line, Ryan Blaney taking the low line. Look at Logano immediately pushing back, coming through. So is Denny Hamrick as well coming through into 1 and 2. Field segregates actually from the top 5 back. As they come back, coming in as well, Michael McDowell alongside Chase Elliott. It's all
penalty
good.
For the 16.
So that's going to be a penalty as well for AJ Allmendinger. As they fire back in. There's Jackson, just about causing all problems. I've not got a 5 team. I haven't got a 5 team as they come into it. Bell, Blaney, Logano, Hemrick, Elliott, McDowell, Cindric, Keselowski, Hamlin, Reddick, the top 10 as it comes down low. And already, Bell's got the advantage. And look at Blaney as well, just keeping on the inside line, nearly having a bit of contact if they're not careful. It's all good so far. Into 1 and 2. And again, this is the pack racing that we expected to see, Josh. We saw it in the duels, but now it's all about no longer fuel saving. They've got the fuel they need to go until the first stop.
Yeah, absolutely. As I predicted, everybody has pitted to get a dash of fuel. Ryan Blaney from the rear, by the way, right up to second place.
Down to pit road.
Well, my crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, said exactly what he would do earlier today. He said, I'm going to be very aggressive if there's a yellow early in the race or as green flag cycles present themselves. That's what he did right here to get his driver up front. But part of the reason he could do that, Ryan Blaney very happy with the car as it is right now. A little loose in the corners, meaning the back sliding. Otherwise good.
Yeah, coming through as well. Henry, looking at Danny Henry as well, up 35 places.
Gavard's mechanical.
Okay, that's good news then. You get a 10-minute countdown to come into it as well as they fly down once more. Coming in down low. Has my TV pictures disappeared?
Yeah.
It's because everyone's on the screen as well. It can't handle the processes. Back to pit road.
Had to make a late dive outside another car, ended up in the wrong pit box. So he restarted tail end of the longest line as well.
Yeah, pit road looked like we were still in Los Angeles. It would look dangerous out there.
Watching Hamrick and Blaney pull that off and gets his track position, virtually going from the tail back to the front, leading this pack, Kevin. I'm kind of surprised some other teams didn't elect to try that.
Well, we're racing towards stage 1, and everybody knows that there are points on the line. I know we're racing for the Daytona 500 and everything that we need to do, but you got to put yourself in whatever you think is the best position to not have to put tires on, to not have to to put the least amount of fuel into it. But you got to have track position. You want to be able to be in control of this race, and that was always something that Rodney Childers and myself talked about when I was still driving the car. How do we establish ourselves at the front of the field to be in charge of the race and be able to make decisions and control the lines and do everything that you need to do? So I'd much rather be in the front. Being in the middle is easier, and riding in the back is easy, but you got to learn and race and do the things that it takes in order to be in position and know what to do at the end of this race to win.
So, Bell, Blaney, Logano, Hemrick and McDowell. That's the top 5 at the moment. As we get to see, Bell's going to eke out the front and keep the lead here as it goes high line through turn 3. Fox go to another commercial break. We stay on air here as well. 16 of 65 completed in the first stage here at Daytona. And it's side-by-side action as we continue on. Tom, what have you made of the action so far?
Well, it'll be fascinating to see here if Bell on that outside line, if he gets the opportunity, maybe working here with, I suppose, our 4th race runner at the moment, Logano, if he does actually get the chance to go low, if he goes onto that low line. Right now, it seems like we're relatively even. This is pretty much part of parcel of what we expect here at Daytona. The 2 lanes opening up, and obviously at this stage heading into the halfway phase in the next sort of 15th, the quarter phase, I suppose, of this first stage. As I said, it's what we expect to see. Not being particularly aggressive early on, but it will be interesting to see if Bell decides that low line is preferable. He's got a bit of a surge here, possibly won't quite be able to pull out a car length that he would need to go down low, but as I said, it will be interesting to see if he does choose to go down low, if that opportunity presents itself.
Jamie Little.
Practice, they tried a completely different setup, and they went back to what they unloaded with. And now, guys, after leading, they did got fuel only. Now he's saying just a little bit free as he feels the car out in traffic. Josh?
Well, Jamie, I talked to Christopher Bell last year going into the Daytona 500, told me he is not a fan of super speedway racing. Well, he turned that into a 3rd place finish, his best ever in the Daytona 500. Came back this year, won his duel, so he's getting much better at this style of racing. Talked to him today, still not a fan, but he said the confidence is growing, and you see him running up front right now, guys.
Austin Dillon's come into the pit lane as well, so he's decided that something wasn't quite right, so he's made a green flag pit stop out of position. Bell leads the way at the moment, but how long? Because Blaney's coming down. Go on, Josh T. Oh, he's behind the wall for mechanical. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Cross the line we go.
That's his race over there.
Yeah, he gets 10 minutes if I'm not right.
That's due to the wreck.
Yeah. Must be. Has to be. Cameron's dad watching on. Hello, everyone. Flying through again. Adam, it's 10 minutes, isn't it? You get to spend behind the wall to fix a mechanical issue before the car's officially retired.
Yes. Yeah, it's correct, Josh. It originally was 8 minutes, and they moved it up 10 minutes. So Austin Dillon now is on the legendary DVP clock. It's damage, and if he can't fix that for 10 minutes, no race.
NASCAR have gone for more. Fox have gone for more ad breaks in green flag than we did under caution. It's quite ridiculous, really. But we stay green, so there's just no point talking over the commercials. Otherwise, how on earth do you ever hear yourself, is what I say as well. Still under. Green flag. Bell v. Blaney at the front. Logano, Hemrick on the 2nd row. Michael McDowell's starting to push Joey Logano as well. Chase Elliott down low. Cindric is in there as well, with Brad Keselowski, who's now moved from the high line down to the low line. I hope Josh T knows we actually can't see him on the camera. He's just overseeing his ceiling at the moment.
Hello.
Hello. To come into it, side by side, as they come over the tri-oval section in the backstretch. Just 36 thousandths of a second between them at the moment. And Tom, you've covered many races now on USRN with Matthew as well, and as well as Super Bowl, by the way. Brilliant coverage at the Super Bowl a couple of weeks ago. But these type of NASCAR races, unfortunately, are pretty common. Just the pack racing, the drafting, 2x2s for a while.
I don't necessarily that as unfortunate. I think this is quite interesting. It's about picking which lane you want to be in. And I mean, it does mean that we're side by side with the lead for quite a while, and you don't necessarily have a leader, I don't think, here in NASCAR, particularly in this pack race. And I should mention, I appreciate your intro as suggesting I'm something of an expert. I don't watch a lot of NASCAR, so I might say something completely wrong that makes some NASCAR fans shake with fear. But I quite like this sort of racing that we've got right now, because it's fascinating. It's a slow burn, granted. However, right now we're basically seeing a battle develop, and it's all going to be about, again, when that surge happens. If you just suddenly get a bit of a run on that high line, can you get ahead? And more importantly, can you get clear to the inside line? Do you want to go to that inside line at this early stage? As it does appear that Bell right now has got a little bit more in that package. For obviously, we don't know really what Blaney's choosing to do. Bell is in the Toyota, and the problem as well for him right now is that he's surrounded by Fords, pretty much. Blaney is in a Ford. Daniel Hemrick is in a Chevy, so that's not particularly important. But Michael McDowell also in a Ford, as is Joey Logano, who's now moved up into third, although, as we said, it's two-lane racing, so your individual positions not particularly important. My point is that Blaney on that second row, on that front row, and Logano and Hemrick on that second row. So right now, effectively, Bell is solo flying.
Yeah, absolutely. And just by the way, Tom, laps leaders are done per lap, so there's been 3 leaders. The 20 has led once for 14 laps, the 22 has led 3 times for 6 laps, and 34 has led 2 times for 2 laps.
We are back, and Adam, I think this is great news for Toyota, who in the start of Speed Weeks we were thinking they have not got a great package with their new car. We're very worried about how or if this is going to be working well, and all of a sudden we're now seeing Christopher Bell in a draft leading it and doing quite well. So it looks like all the fears from Toyota can sort of now just about begun to be put to rest.
Yeah, Josh. When it came to qualifying for the Daytona 500, the Toyotas were nowhere. But I think they were saving everything for the race. And we're seeing those Toyota Camrys out there are looking solid right now. You've got Christopher Bell for Joe Gibbs Racing, who has won this race in the past with Dale Jarrett in 1993. His legendary father, Ned Jarrett, called him home on the CBS Sports broadcast, which was incredible to watch. So I think the Toyota Camrys were saving everything for the race. And I picked Denny Hamlin from Joe Gibbs Racing to win at Daytona 500, and I think you're going to see a Toyota somewhere out front within the last 5 to 10 laps to go, and who knows what could happen. Denny Hamlin wants to join that legendary list. Join Kay Alvaro waiting for Daytona 500, and I think it could really happen here tonight. And pretty cool to be up. Pretty cool to be with 3 Brits, and it's right now 10:03 for all of you in England. So hope you guys got enough coffee, for the night ahead. If you don't, I can supply it.
Might need it if we go to a red flag, especially as well. Bell leading still.
Okay.
You got the what?
Got through the Super Bowl okay the other day, just about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right, Tom. You did the Super Bowl with Matthew Owens on USRN. That's right.
My sleep schedule's been destroyed anyway from the Sepang test onwards. I'm pretty much just keep going until I fall asleep, basically. Into the oval once again, starting lap 28, 174 laps to go of this one. We've only got 39 left of this first stage. It's 65 laps in stage 1 and stage 2, 70 laps in stage 3. And back into turns 1 and 2. Again, up high comes Christopher Bell. He's the net leader of the race. He gets that line across the tri-oval first, and Blaney just settling back in second position and not seeing many manoeuvres. If this was Formula One, if you're tuning in, expecting us to be going nuts at the side-by-side action we're seeing here, that's not how it works in NASCAR. It's pack racing. It's what we love to see in IndyCar. As well. If this was IndyCar, we'd be screaming right now, them going side by side. But this is normal in NASCAR. The pack racing put together, these new Generation 7 cars put together to bring them closer and see how they can draft. Reddick's moved out to 8th position as well, just ahead of Keselowski, but they're on the same line. So take it as 1 and 2 are side by side constantly. Then it's the same 3 and 4, 5 and 6, and further down. If anybody's in a line on their own, we'll let you know who that is, because chances are they're going to create a push tow, which is pushing the car in front and just generating and getting more tow from the people around them. Truex, by the way, is down in 24th position. The entire field that remain in this race are all stuck together as they come back around 3 and 4 once again. Now, fuel, go on.
Sorry, I was about to mention pit stops. They have opportunities to come into the pits and change what they don't like about the car. So it's not necessarily that the fastest cars in this stint are going to be faster all the way through. And if you can avoid making tyre changes as well, that's particularly important in NASCAR. Make your tyres last as long as you can. I don't even know more about the rules than me, so correct me if anything's changed over the last few years. That's the key to the race here. Another key to the race is making sure you get through to the stage and you make as little green flag pit stops as possible. Again, if you're new to NASCAR, the stage is effectively a competition caution. So when we get to that stage, handing a championship points come out, and then you get a free caution. So effectively speaking, you know that you're going to get a caution on lap 65 here. You know that that should be a lap that you come into the pits.
Adam, is the 200,000... Oh, sorry, Justin, go on.
Yeah, the pit window for fuel is 40 to 44 laps. Everyone except the top runners came in to the pit lane for fuel between 6 and 11, so they'll be good on fuel till the end of the stage. They'll be able to get to the end of the stage if they fuel save, which if you're not leading a line, so if you're not Bell or Blaney, then you'll be saving fuel. And here is AJ Allmendinger, who is currently at least 1 lap down.
He's just back. He's got back on the lead lap. He's 22 seconds back, actually, according to the timing screen. So he's got that lead lap back onto the last caution.
Key now for him, obviously, is getting through on the lead lap to the end of that stage. Stay out of the pits. He'll be closed up to the field. You know, it's still difficult to make anything work. Looking at the crash on the television pictures, the number 21 getting all loose and then coming back across the racetrack and taking out a couple of cars. We've got a few retirements from that, of course. By my reckoning, we've got Jimmy Johnson out of the race, Kaz Gralla, Harrison Burton, and Carson Hockver. If a few of them haven't officially retired, please do let me know, guys. But those are the guys who have fallen well down the order.
Cars officially out is the 36, 21, and 77. Behind the wall is the car 3, and Ryan Blaney is about to officially lead his first lap as he comes round to turn 3, as he's just in front of Christopher Bell. Will he be able to keep it? We'll have to see as he exits turn 4 towards the tri-oval. Who's in front as we go up towards the line?
I get a shove.
Quite a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, the top
4 break away a little bit.
And that's Michael McDowell and Elliott in a bit of a battle between each other. And yeah, Ryan Blaney does lead a lap. Oh, Logano! Almost into the side of Hemrick, coming through the tri-oval section as well. And that's put Logano way up high on the banking. And he's swept down low. It's single file. And that's because Blaney and Bell are going to start thinking about pit stops, because they haven't come in yet. And they've done 31 laps. So they need to run single file and start fuel saving. The best way to do that, single file runs.
And crucially, Bell sees that opportunity to go low. It's not quite... I was going to say it's not quite what he wanted, but actually now he can let our race leader use all of that clear air, and they can start to almost work together here. So they are single file, and they've got a good chunk of a gap to the rest of the pack, who are all running too wide in the back of picture from what we're seeing on the television feed. So right now, this is absolutely a strategy game, and you know, Christopher Bell would not have gone low if he did not know that was the absolute best idea. However, he did leave Joey Logano to hang a little bit, and I think Logano will be quite frustrated with how that's all gone.
Adam, we're saying in the Grid Network show how many times they're going to get fists out as we go 3 wide, nearly 4 on the back straight away, and Michael McDowell getting a touch from Denny Hamlin, and down low as well comes the 48 car, this time of Alex Bowman. Can he hold it on the inside line and take 2 cars for the 1, because he's getting the toe off the 45 of Tyler Reddick, who won Duel 2 the other night in the Toyota. And yeah, he gets ahead. So Michael McDowell now on that high line's not working out for him, as well as cutting down low. I can't tell who that is actually from the top pictures as well. I can't. It's the 43 car.
I think that's Chase Briscoe, Josh.
Oh, it's a Briscoe.
I think that's Chase Briscoe for Stewart Haas Racing. And I want to let everybody know that if you run single file, that's an advantage, because you can pull away from the pack. And if you're running double file, you can get further and further behind. So right now, the top 4 are single file, and that's what you want to be. If
look at already, Fox have disappeared. Go on.
Yeah, and so you want to be single file, and just save your fuel, save your tires, I want to say that I actually have a friend that I work with, and her son actually went down last night for the Daytona 500 today, and also there's a couple. And also, there's another thing we need to keep in mind. A few of these drivers from the Daytona 500 are going to be running in the NASCAR Xfinity Series race, which is coming up an hour after this one. So, drivers like John Hunter Nemechek, among others, are going to have a long day and a long night at Daytona National Speedway. So what they are learning now, they could take over and use it in the Xfinity race, which comes up at 9 o'clock Eastern here in the United States on FS1. So, and if you're wondering, yeah, I'll be awake for that. Since it has my favorite driver who's competing full-time in the Xfinity Series this year, SVG, so I want to see how he does compared to what happened in the ARCA Menard Series race on Friday night, in which he got caught up in a wreck. So can't wait to see what SVG does, this year, full time in the NASCAR Xfinity Series, coming over from the Repco Supercar Series in Australia.
We did have the top 5 separated in a line together, running single file, but now Logano broke up high and has brought back in Austin Cindric and Michael McDowell, and now they are running together with the leader Ryan Blaney choosing the high line. Down low now comes Michael McDowell in 6th position, so the top 5 sort of just drifting back into the 2x2 format as they come over into the pit lane line, over now to complete lap 38 over the 100-meter board, and it's Blaney, Logano, Cindric, McDowell, Bell, Hamlin, Hemrick, Chris Busch up to 8th, Elliott and Josh Berry, as I said, up into 10th position. I said at the start of the broadcast, watch out for him. He started 30th in this race. He was great in the duels with Pack Racing alongside Bubba Wallace until it all went wrong. Not either of their faults in the duels, and now he's got his way up into 10th position, so watch out for him. Early stages yet, we're not even past stage 1. 28 laps to go in this first stage of the night. Now, let's just cool it back a second. Dylan is off the track. Grala is out. That's now been confirmed, but Dylan has spent more time behind the pit wall, so that should be a retirement coming shortly from NASCAR. Jamie Little.
Those words he wanted to hear. You are good on fuel to the end of the stage.
Cindric.
Hammer down.
Thanks, Jamie. So Cindric's good for fuel until the end of this run. That's what Tom and Adam were talking about a second ago. Josh T's got the fuel numbers. But again, I don't think those who were leading the race earlier, Josh, are good for fuel, and they're backing off, and that's what's created this little race now.
Yeah, absolutely out front. Blaney's still got the lead. Bell is now pulling away from Logano. Logano is side by side with the 31 of Hemrick. But yep, as we go through the tri-oval to complete lap 39, lap 40 is now, and we're 25 laps away.
Look at this! Look at this! Cindric gets a massive push from Michael McDowell. Logano takes the lead, and Blaney down into third position. Coming back then as well goes Bell. So Logano once again hits the front, and that all was a cascade effect up the hill. Fantastic! And now look at this! McDowell goes low, comes down is Cindric. Back up Highline goes McDowell, and they're going to run 1-2. Cindric trying to get the top of Logano. McDowell wants the low line. He can't get down there. It's being blocked off. He's stuck up high. Denny Hamlin has made his way up into 5th position as well. Now up into 4th position as cars start to hit pit road, including Joey Logano. So, who saw that coming? He was just told he was good on fuel. Logano hits pit road. Several others dive in. Down there
like
to
all
the pits.
green flag pit stops today. Christopher Bell going to get it filled up. Ryan Blaney is in.
Big time heads up play by Bell and company on that 20 car. He didn't get the signal that we're going to pit. That was a heads up play. He saw them. They needed that pit stop, and he went with them.
Fuel only for everybody out there. They did not decide to go with any new tyres. It's a minimal run of green flag pit stops. Now Denny Hamlin's having a go, and Michael McDowell coming through 3 and 4. He's right on the bumper as they come back in. Here comes the 17 of Chris Buescher, and it's going to be a lead for the race. Buescher's going into the pit lane. Josh Berry has moved up into 3rd position as well. Eric Jones in 4th place. McDowell leads a lap, and Denny Hamlin is right behind him as they come through the tribal section towards turn 1 and 2. Up high goes Elliott. Buescher there too. Bowman in the mix. Down there goes Larson in 8th position as they blast through 1 and 2. Still single file. Now Josh Berry pulls up high, almost puts Elliott in the wall. Coming up as well. Unbelievable. They're 3 wide. Berry's got a knock-on effect. He's dropping. Elliott gets a push from Kyle Busch as they come through. And Chase Elliott takes the lead away from Michael McDowell. Busch loses out on his attack and drops back. Fantastic racing here at Daytona. Hamlin's going to go side by side. They've got to be careful here not to crash in the tribal section. And now they all segregate and then rejoin together by the end of the lap. I don't know where to look. This action's fantastic. 3 wide in the mid-pack.
The number 34 doing a really good job at the moment. However, he'll be slightly frustrated. It's Toyota just behind him, and not Josh Berry, who's in 3rd at the moment. Obviously, the 2 Fords could potentially help each other out, but right now, I think McDowell is going to have to run up front pretty much solo at the moment. That number 9, though, the Chevy of Chase Elliott will be looking to get low, I imagine, as soon as possible. And he has a bit of a surge on the outside line as well. George, here he goes.
Look at that.
Josh, all the way on his own.
Coming back through. Oh, and Michael McDowell gets a tap from Hamlin as they come across. Fox again choosing the wrong time to go to an outbreak. McDowell loses out. Hamlin causing a problem with that because he's getting pushed back. Look at that. The top 3 change again. Elliott followed then across the line by Kyle Busch and Josh Berry up there into 3rd position. And now through as well goes Bubba Wallace. We saw this in the duels. Josh Berry and Bubba Wallace working together. They were side by side for several laps in Duel 2. They work well together. Chase Elliott leads, and now we've got 5 a pack all trying to get down the low line. That has got to be done very carefully, or there's going to be contact. Again, Michael McDowell with the 47 side by side, joining that the number 10 on the high line. Truex is just alongside as well, further back with Corey LaJour. And again, this is all getting a bit too much, but Josh Berry on his main Cup debut, full-time driver, has just led a lap at Daytona. the driver who impressed so much last year with emergency filler seating positions, is now battling for the lead with Chase Elliott. There's no better way. He started 30th as well in this race. He has pitted. He's just as good as the others. But now, Busch pushing Elliott. And now, up into third goes Bubba Wallace. Adam, this is brilliant.
Yes, Josh, sure is. And for you folks who are watching NASCAR for the first time, Chase Elliott's legendary father, awesome Bill from Dawsonville. He has won here. He has won the Daytona 500 a couple times. So that Elliott Nate knows how to get it done here at the World Center Racing.
Now, look, Josh T, they've all started dropping back because Berry's dropped back into about 9th position as we see the back now with Austin Cindric. That's pushing Joey Logano. They made green flag pit stops. They're actually right at the back of this little train.
Yeah, absolutely. With 20 to go in stage 1, about to be 19 to go at the front. It is single file of Chase Elliott, Busch and Bubba Wallace in third with Truex Jr. Just behind there, Noah Gragson in the 10 as we cut to the number 20 of Christopher Bell, but all single file as we go across to start. 19 to go as Josh Berry is dropping down. Has he pitted?
No, I think he's gone outside the top 10 according to my monitor. AJ Allmendinger came in to the pit lane last as well.
We've gone one line, so that's why he was on that inside line.
Yeah.
Sort of dropped back a little bit. Now everyone on the outside, everyone's just trying to slot back in. It's almost like if the lane closes on the motorway, everyone tries to slot back in to that lane that is still open, and that's what's effectively happening out on the track right now. But Chase Elliott has the lead then, only by 700ths of a second at the line, which is pretty much part and parcel of what we expect at Daytona. I did see a little stat on Twitter. This is from @GP Labs, because I always cite my sources. Average lap time at the moment is 175 miles an hour. In the 1960s, I'll get the stat up specifically by the looks of things. In the 1968, that was the pole time. So that is how fast we're going right now in the early stages of Daytona 24 Hours.
Unbelievable how fast these cars have both got in terms of race pace and trim. Of course, in Speed Weeks, Adam, we've had over 200 mile an hour as the average in terms of pole position laps. Just how do you miss that? Do you miss the old speed days as well of having pure outpace?
Yeah, I do. That's what yes, that is what I grew up with. You know, I can remember when you had the First Class here at Daytona, and then it was you had the ARCA race, you had several other series that were there. You had the IROC series, the International Race Champions. You had a couple other NASCAR series that are no longer around, and it was enjoyable. And I wish they would bring that back again. Hopefully it returns in the not too distant near future.
Yeah, absolutely. And everyone's come single file on the high line. Everybody's now gone down to the low line. So are we expecting some pit road action in a couple of laps' time?
There's 16 to go. If they haven't been able to fuel save, we'll be very worried. But I wouldn't be surprised if a little splash and dash might be a bit possible. Like a couple of seconds of fuel, just take it in. But everyone's going to be praying for a caution round about now as well, just because then it'll probably end it. Go on.
I think you'd be silly to pit unless you absolutely have to with 16 to go before the stage ends, especially considering, of course, that you've got to make sure that you stay on the lead lap. You don't want to go into the stage and not be on the lead lap. Also, of course, the other aspect of this is that the stage means that you have a certain amount of championship points.
Now is this the lap traffic coming through? It is. So no, that's Michael McDowell getting pushed further back. So yeah, this is lap traffic. So Elliott has now lapped everybody else.
11 was pushing me hard. I wasn't going anywhere, so I think something's wrong. I can't even get fifth gear.
Oh.
Or slow, not going at all.
Yeah, and it's either there is something actually wrong, or when you're in this pack, and we talked about picking up 2-3 seconds.
That's Michael McDowell then, who's got problems. So fairy tales come to an end.
Of course.
Look at
Front
that.
row, and Ryan Blaney as well, who led a lap. They've just been lapped for the first time, and there's a bit of contact there between, I believe, the 54.
That's going to be Ty Gibbs running further back. So who was he racing with? Right back
Ryan
in field.
Blaney
Yeah.
just contact as lap traffic got lapped in Ryan Blaney, but Jimmy Johnson 2 laps down, everyone else 1 lap down, and on the lead lap. So Jimmy Johnson, the only driver down 2 laps, but with 14 to go and 148 laps to go, that will all change.
Don't know how people commentate in suits as well. My shoulders are killing me. Standing, it's more worse than normal standing in the box. 14 to go then. Here in the first stage of the Daytona 500 in 2024. Chase Elliott leads. Alongside him, Kyle Busch. We're uninterrupted here with the international feed on JV Motorsports and our watch-along coverage of the Daytona 2024 66th running of this 500 race. And now we're just watching Bubba Wallace back up in 3rd position, right in the back of Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch, so close for many a year, still never been able to get a 500 victory. Wonder if today is his day, if he can play his cards right. Speaking of playing cards right, the middle of the pack is looking quite feisty as well. Hamlin's involved, Byron, Larson, Bowman, Zane Smith even down in 10th position, all running side by side. They were 3 wide for a few segments of the run. Just a little bit towards the wall. That setting sun, Adam, as well, is going to be getting in the rise because the sun sets at 6:30 over in Daytona. It's currently 5:30, but the sun still setting. We'll end under the lights here at Daytona as the lights have just this second come on. That's good timing. But it's going to be playing in the driver's eye now, especially coming through 1 and 2, and the reflection down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Josh, we see that here, at Daytona. So, all these drivers got it right now, have to mind their P's and Q's, and not make any mistakes as we're coming up on the last few laps until stage 1 completed. And I will say this, give a call to Chase Elliott. Last year, it wasn't Chase's year. He missed a few races because of a snowboarding accident. So it's good to see the number 9 Napa Chevrolet out front. And Kyle Busch, this is his 20th attempt to win the Daytona 500. It took Dale Earnhardt Sr. 20 attempts. Good, could it happen for Kyle today? He's been so close, and yet not took a legendary Harley J. Earl trophy. So would today be the day?
1998 as well.
Here
is
we
it?
go.
Oh, okay, wow, they are flying down pit lane. Several of the cars coming down. Chase Elliott, let's go down
and
to
this
pit
looks
road.
like most all of the Chevrolets coming to pit road at lap 55.
Drove the
this is the
Chevy.
hand that Ryan Blaney.
Well, yeah, they've drove the Chevy to the levee. Let's hope the levee's not dry as they come back up as well. Everyone taking on Splash and Dash Fuel. Who's that? Who's had trouble in the pit stops? The 43's sideways in the pit lane. And
He stalled it as well.
Oh, no! Well, you've got to feel for Eric Jones and the Legacy Motor Club. Just having a rotten bit of luck this weekend. So this weekend, it's now Monday. Into the pits, Bubba Wallace led a lap, but now gives it up. Several other cars
Massive
come
lock
down.
up from Bubba Wallace.
Now,
going into the pits.
Did he make pit lane speed, or is Bubba Wallace about to be given a penalty for speeding down on pit road? Pit road.
Again, these should be fuel.
Do we have pit reporters?
Stops. And Hamlin's the first one away.
No, we don't. So Fox employ loads of people to work down in pit lane. Don't throw down to pit lane. That's what I'm learning up here in the commentary box. So Noah Gregson on his return to Cup Series action, I believe, is the net leader. Yes, he is, with Todd Gillihan from Josh Berry Justin Haley. Then it's David Reagan. Ryan Preece down in 6th position. Then it's Chase Briscoe, Riley Hersbert, Bubba Wallace. But Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace round out the top 10 as they come over then to complete another lap around here at Daytona. What a fantastic little run around this is.
It's very, very tricky, as you will all know, to really build a domination here at Daytona, or indeed in any oval race. Possibly some of the IndyCar races you do see dominated. You know, Scott Dixon, as I can remember a few, he's dominated over the years.
Newgarden.
But it's very, very difficult to, and Newgarden of course, but it's very difficult, especially NASCAR, the way it works, and Daytona, to actually build a package that allows you to dominate the entirety of the race. So right now we're in that awkward phase where pit stops are all up in the window. You know, absolutely anyone could be somewhere around the last sort of 50 laps or so, and it will be those last 50 laps when they've come into the pits, as that's 40 laps even, when everyone knows that they're okay to the end. That's when we really start to look at the top 10. But right now, I don't think anyone's even going to be particularly encouraged that they're in the top 10.
Stage wins and stage points do come into it when deciding the playoff positions, well, if you haven't won the race. So if you win a race, you are automatically locked in. But after that, it's all about stage points, stage wins, and how much you can get into it, which is what everyone is now thinking inside that top, I'd say 8, pushing it as well, because we've got 6 to go.
Yeah, well, of course, when I say that it's not important, I mean in terms of the context of the Daytona 500. Stage points very, very important, especially for some of the teams that don't think they've got a package to go and win a race towards the end of the year. So that's going to be important for them. And right now, obviously, she said 6 to go. Inside of this stage, we've got a bit of tasty action going on, haven't we?
That was Joey Logano, followed then as well by Austin Cindric, and I believe that is Riley Hersbert, who almost got into the wall coming into the turns 3, 4 part of the track. So almost an accident there. We haven't gone yellow, but Noah Gragson has come into the pit lane. So Todd Gilliland takes the lead here at Daytona. No, yes, hang on, wait a minute. Who actually leads this race? Because several cars diving down pit road. 38, that is 60. Todd Gilliland. So who leads the 60? Reagan. In the outside car, not actually, someone had to qualify the way in. Wow. Not a full-time rider, if I'm correct, Adam, in saying. Now leads this race, David Reagan. I can't believe this. It is, yeah, David Reagan leading this race as things stand. He's not a permanent rider, is he?
No, he is not, Josh. No, he is not.
If he wins this stage, NASCAR might just erupt. He's not eligible, of course, for any other points that could contend to the playoffs or the championships. Remember that. It's an open car situation. But the 41 of Ryan Preece is very much a full-time driver for Stuart Haas Racing. Had the nasty flip here at Daytona back in the summer. Wants to see what he can do now. Can he get ahead to take a lead lap here at Daytona? 4 to go, and it's 2 running to the end of stage 1. The green checkered. Is anybody going to take this away from David Reagan? It's got to be Ryan Preece, because Gregson's in 3rd, but he's miles back. Really unusual end to this first stage of racing where everybody is separated. There is 6 seconds between David Reagan and Ryan Preece to then Kyle Busch, who runs in 3rd position. This is unheard of. There is an entire turn between them. Feels like the end of Cars in the beginning of the film.
Yeah.
The end of Cars in the beginning of the film.
Well, the end of the Cars race at the beginning of the film, where Lightning was so far ahead. Yeah, that's the one I'm on about.
Well, Reagan has officially led a lap here at the Daytona 500 with 3 wide further back.
Don't like that. Do not like that. Especially coming up the inside, the 42 and the 17. How is that not a yellow? Wow! Almost, they Constantine it together. And instead of doing the tango, they were almost doing the splits. They've just got away with it through 3 and 4. And now Reagan's lifted off. Up high goes him and Ryan Preece. And here comes Kyle Busch down low. Breeze is past. Kyle Busch leads here at Daytona at the 3 to go mark with the first stage to be completed. So a lot of action still to be left, but in a second position, is that Byron back up in position who's involved? Wow.
Yes, it is.
What a run around for Byron. In the 24.
Kyle Busch will suddenly start to feel like he's in this race as well, Josh. He's sitting in third at the moment.
He's leading
lap
the race.
54, his last pit stop. He is really leading the race. You're right, my time screen hadn't updated. This is how much I am paying attention to this. Yeah, he's up in the lead. He'll feel like he's in a good spot. Chances are he probably takes this stage win from the position he's in right now. Yeah, he's pit relatively recently, so really good spot for Kyle Busch.
Should be able to just hold this off as well. Josh T.
Just got a radio message from the officials radio. Even though he is 52 laps down, Austin Dillon is back in the race.
So much for the 10-minute signal, eh? Look at that from Ross Chastain going up high. The 39 drops. 36. Kaz Grala dropping back. Whoa, hang on a minute. Busch blocking off from Byron, and Elliott going down low and takes second position. Elliott goes up high. 1 to go in stage 1. And it's side by side with Chase Elliott and Kyle Busch. The 48 getting a little tap from Ross Chastain. Alex Bowman up to third position. Down goes Busch into the back with Bubba Wallace. Chastain going up high towards the wall, having to take out of it. There's a car in the middle of the field. They get into contention, but all of a sudden Chase Elliott leads this race as they come into 3 and 4 to take the checkered for the green checkered to end stage 1. But Kyle Larson wants it back. Ross Chastain's coming in. Alex Bowman's going up high. Don't wreck going to a green checkered. It's only stage points as they come towards the line. Yellow is in hand. The green-white checkered's there. It's side by side towards the line for the green-white checkered. Elliott gets a push across it. Chase Elliott takes the green flag. And the green checker to end stage 1. Elliott Larson ahead of Chastain, Bowman and Byron in the top 5. Stage 1 and the first stage of the NASCAR season has been completed. It's Chase Elliott who gets a punt from Ross Chastain to lead across the line to Kyle Larson.
Yeah, Josh, I believe the reason that the 3 was not eliminated on the 10-minute rule is because it was a mechanical, not the damaged vehicle policy.
Thank God for that. I was worried about why that was going to be in. So Austin Dillon then 53 was it now laps down? Blimey.
Josh has got. I can say this. Hendrick Motorsports always brings the. When it comes to super speed racing, Hendrick Motorsports is always up toward the front. And at the end of stage 1, all 4 of those Hendrick Motorsports Chevys are up there. And we've seen over the years names like Darrell Waltrip and Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson have won for Hendrick Motorsports. So it ain't out of the question. We could see Hendrick Motorsports Chevy in victory lane, later tonight.
Michael McDowell in for fuel only, and the bonnet going up to hopefully adjust that car and see why it won't get out of 5th gear. So gearbox work going on. Ryan Preece and David Reagan have also come in to the pit lane. Let's take a quick look. This is officially caution number 2 as we take a look at the race chart. But 50 points on the board already for Chase Elliott, but he'll get the stage points going into it as they currently run. 2 cautions, the first in stage 1, but stage 2 will be beginning soon. This caution, although counting, not official, because as Tom mentioned earlier, it is competition caution as well going into it. 10 leaders so far, no cars behind the wall, but the 36, the 21 and the 77 out in that first contact. Josh T, not bad overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Pit road will be open this time, so the number 34 entered under a closed pit. If the car does go behind the wall, it'll be classed as a mechanical, for example, because even though he was not involved in the incident, if the reason I believe that the 3 went under mechanical, not DVP, is because it happened under green, even though it might have been a result of the wreck. It wasn't under the caution. But anyway, I'm going to shut up because here comes everyone down the pit lane.
Let's head down to pit road, and our reporters finally are standing by. The cars fielded, and they get to work. 48 having fuel, and tyres on the right side to begin with. So Bowman, all four tyres getting changed or getting heated up, coming into it as well. Chase Elliott, 4 new tyres, a lot of fuel, bang, 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 stickers go on. Only one single lug nut now in NASCAR, no more of the 6 lug nuts.
Go, all clear, go.
There's the all clear, and it's a good run out of the pit lane. With, I believe, Chase Elliott still keeping the lead. We'll wait for the official timing screens to catch up in a few moments' time, but a good
Kyle
run.
Larson wins the race off pit road. John Hunter Nemechek's car has lost fire. They tried pushing him out of the pit. He is now stopped. And Tyler Reddick had trouble getting going. Finally, Reddick, grabs a gear and gets gone, while Nemechek's car is sitting motionless on pit road.
Well, you may as well wait as well, because every time Fox come on, we may as well just have a little bit of a stop-start. Is Jackson still in the Discord? I'd love to see if he's still around.
No, he's
disappeared.
No, he's
left
not.
a while ago.
Hopefully he's okay. He's battling an illness right now, otherwise he would have, I know, hopped on the commentary call. But it's not bad at all as they come into it. I wonder how Matthew...
3 passes the 16 of AJ Allmendinger.
Oh, that's an interesting one run around. So where's he come through on that one? Timing screen hasn't yet caught up about where he is on the board, so we'll have to wait and see on that one.
Currently, he's 34th, but of course, with when everything updates after pit stops, and it has just updated.
I'll say it as it is, Josh. Here. In that I really don't like competition cautions, and I know we don't like to call them competition cautions because that's what these stages are, and I just don't like them. I don't like the fact that we've got an element where that lap 65 is going to be a free pit stop, or I know they don't open pit road immediately, but you're going to get free pit stops somewhere around that number, and the field will bunch back up so that we're all close again. I just don't like it. It sits wrong with me.
Adam, your take, because you're pretty much half and half sometimes, aren't you, with this?
Yeah, it's called, I wish they'd go back, the way it used to be. And we know one person that doesn't like stage cautions, and that's our good friend Ben Schneider. He has said time and time again over at the Grid Network how he feels about it. So, yeah, I wish it'd go back to the way it used to be. I think it was more enjoyable. So, yeah.
There is a lot of penalties.
Oh, go for it.
I think I've remembered them all. The 60, 41, 8, 42, and there was 1 or 2 others, and 1 to go at the line. Pit road closed. It'll be the lap to choose.
Let's head over then to Fox and get their update on the mid-race report as we get ready for the restart.
68 laps complete. John Hunter Nemechek did get his car refired. Turned out he had run out of gas, was trying to restart it sitting there on pit road. He did. He rejoined the field. Let's recap pit stops, beginning with Josh.
Start with the 48 of Alex Bowman. For him, the first time in 7 years he did not start on the front row. Still happy with the way the car entered the race, but right now he was complaining about rear security, so they helped him out. Also gave him 4 tires and fuel. Regan?
Chase Elliott in the 9 car has been pleased all day long. Not a word about how the car is handling or what's going on. Just him quiet on the radio, learning to work with brand new spotter Trey Poole, who is on the roof. The first different spotter Chase has had through his Cup career. Also, the 45 of Tyler Reddick stalled on pit road as well. The reason for him stalling was actually came in at too much of an angle into the pit box. Didn't want to gas it up too hard with fear the back would swing over and hit the wall. Jamie?
Well, Regan, today is the 40th anniversary of Hendrick Motorsports' first Daytona 500. The whole team knows it, and they want this win. And how about that? All 4 of their cars finished that stage in the top 5. As far as Kyle Larson, he is so happy with this race car. They didn't make any adjustments there, just 4 tires, but he's been happy all week long. So keep your eye on Kyle Larson, guys.
Thanks, Jamie. Number of cars coming in to top off, and penalties. Kyle, a safety violation on his stop. You're only allowed 5 men over the wall, and a man behind the wall fell over the wall trying to catch a tire, so he'll restart out back. John Hunter Nemechek's team was over the wall too soon.
I agree with you.
It's a bit of a silly penalty, really, as well, sometimes.
Okay, I've got a list.
Go on.
45 to 42, 84, 34, 68, 6, 47, 15, and 30 to the tail of the longest line, which is the outside lane.
Can I just say, Josh T is doing this without the actual NASCAR timing screens. Can you imagine what it's going to be like when his media accreditation actually gets passed and he gets the timing screen soon? It's going to be insane.
Oh, yeah. I've got the laps and rundown behind me.
Oh, good. Go on,
Just
yeah.
quickly, before we get back to green, Josh, I'm going to have to slip out the box for half an hour, so if you don't mind, I'll be back in a little while.
No worries at all.
See you all in a bit.
See you in a bit. Take care.
I'm good, Tom.
Take
I'm
care.
good.
So Tom will disappear. We'll grab up with everybody else in the box as well. That's what we enjoy about covering this one. There's literally, we can just move everybody around quite quickly. We've got 4 people cameras, but we have 5. So sorry, Jackson, for earlier on as well. We couldn't have you on the camera at the same time because the Discord goes wrong for some reason. I'm trying to fix it, but back to the 3. Cam, Tom will be back shortly as well. Here we go then. Stage 2 of the Daytona 500. Larson restarting up high. Josh Berry is down low. Kozlowski, Gillahan, Rake in the top 5 into the restart zone. And we are green flag racing for stage 2 here at Daytona. Good restart. Berry's going to have a better getaway. He's getting the push from Denny Hamlin just behind, and Berry's going to take the lead. Berry's going to be a car length ahead as they come through turns 1 and 2 for the first time. And Denny Hamlin might try and go up high. They fly past 2 on the back straightaway. Great restart. And here comes again, right up, Larson to the lead, and Gillahan going through 2. Berry keeping down low. Larson now a car length ahead. Berry, they're getting right back in the track. The setting sun here at Daytona. Now meeting the driver's eye. Got to be careful that doesn't cause a wreck. We will race into the night here at Daytona. The ending should be under the lights as Larson leads a lap. Berry in second. And now Josh T, we settle in once again for the pack racing. But in the first 5 laps earlier on, we had a crash.
Yeah, absolutely, and just about that crash, just now the garage official has officially confirmed that the 36, 21 and 77 are out of the race, so those teams have confirmed that they are out of the race, and we're 3 wide. Going into turn 3, Logano up high, Larson, Josh Berry.
The 3 wide everywhere. It's Joey Logano who's decided to have a mutiny. He's bringing with him the 14 out of absolutely nowhere. Chase Briscoe takes second, and this is where it starts to get dangerous. 3 wide, the entire pack. It's likely to cause the big one. And Adam, they've got to be so careful now because it could trigger. 1 in the front, 1 little snap, that's it, they're all out.
Gosh, you took the words right out of my mouth, and everyone's got to mind their P's and Q's right now. You know, as we're heading down the backstretch. Good to see Fly Spread, Joe Logano out front, Chase Briscoe second, and give a call to Justin Haley running third and
maybe second.
And Josh Berry. Yeah, and Josh Berry took over for Kevin Harvick this year as Kevin Harvick moved from driving up to the commentator booth with...
Oh, no, there's contact! The 14 nearly getting spun round. Briscoe getting touched from Josh Berry in the tribal section. How did they not crash? I saw Briscoe go towards the wall. I was sure we were about to have a big one. they just escape it. Berry lifts off. And now you can see the 14 beginning to drop back along with Josh Berry. Blimey! And the middle pack and the top half now start to go ahead of those running on the low line. But, oh, that was nearly a huge accident here at Daytona.
And it always happens, as we get closer to the end, a lot of give and take goes out the window, and so we're starting to see that now, as we're in the early stages of stage 2, and so as the sun sets, it's going to be, the track's going to heat up, and drivers are going to lose a lot of patience. So everyone wants to mind their P's and Q's. And nice to see Joe Logano, Justin Haley out front, and Chris Buescher for RFK Racing. It rounds out your top 3.
Here's the little tap I saw on the monitor, Josh T. How close was that, Adam and Josh?
Yeah, that was really close.
That was a wreck that did not happen, according to now, would have said, part of the late great Benny Parsons.
Look at that beautiful setting sun, 3 wide at Daytona. Nothing better than the Daytona 500. And it's on a Monday as we race into prime time television once again. So many similarities here for NASCAR. It's unbelievable. The last time we raced on a Monday, though, Ryan Newman had a horrible accident, so fingers crossed as well we don't have a repeat. Stage 2 underway here at Daytona.
I've just had in my ears.
There's no point talking over that stinger. Go on, Josh.
Yeah, I've just heard in my ears that the backstretch and turn 3 is clear, so something must have happened back there. And I've just received news that the winter contest build that I applied with and did with my friends, we tied 3rd place. So that's good, as we're 3 wide further back.
Hey, have you got a 3rd place trophy to hand, Josh, that you could crown yourself with?
In the game, not in...
Yes, you do.
Here, no.
Yes,
wait.
Yes,
I
you
do.
Yes, you
Hold
do.
up.
Yes, you do. Yes, go get it.
Let me climb over my chair. Hold up.
Go get it, and then you'll know why we're on about it. But Adam, we're back to 3 wide racing here at Daytona now, and it's the mid-pack that's doing it. And coming up there as well, Chase Elliott getting involved in it too.
Yeah, and there's one thing now. Viewers who've never watched the Daytona 500 need to know is the sucker hole, because if you're in the middle and if you don't have help, you get sent to the back. So you wouldn't have a draft. Yeah, you wouldn't have a drafting partner all throughout this race.
Got to be so careful. And Josh T, where is that 3rd place trophy that you presented yourself with?
This one.
That one? There it is.
Nice.
That one.
From a race that never happened.
Yes, the race that never happened, the W Series Race 9 3rd place trophy from the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez, Mexico City, 29th of October, 2022.
There it is.
Nice. Love that, Josh. Nice.
Fantastic trophy.
Yeah.
Look at that, Bubba Wallace just touching the back of the 38, coming in there as well with Todd Gilliland, and he's going to push him through. Come on, move out of the way. Mackie D's is faster. They're a generator, it seems, coming through 3 and 4. As they're going to get ahead of the 31 of Henrik, get ahead of the 12 of Blaney, and they can't quite catch Ryan Preece running in 5th position, but they'll filter into 6th, 7th, 8th as well. As a lapped car getting away. That is Michael McDowell running 36th overall, now 2 laps down on the pace. So the worse for worse.
Yeah, I've got here, Josh, 4 laps down for Michael McDowell.
Oh, 4.
So definitely not being bad. Well, good to bad, now to worse. The cars that are a lap down I've got on my end is the number 84 of Jimmy Johnson, who is 3 laps down. Michael McDowell is 4 laps down, and Austin Dillon 53 laps down after he was involved in the wreck at the end of lap 5, start of lap 6, as single file out the front. But look at the bottom. Here comes, and as we cut to Denny Hamlin and Jimmy Johnson, I believe that was the number 38 making the move on the lower line, catching up with the lead pack.
So, is Logano going to be able to hold off Justin Haley as well in the 51 car? We're about to find it out. Thanks to the little owl, by the way, for doing all the reports tonight on that stream bot that kept coming in the YouTube chat. Thank you very much. And thanks for saying about the suit as well, everybody. Complimenting as well, making me feel like it was worthwhile.
Like it.
Thank
I like
you,
it, Josh. I love it, man. Love it, man.
I feel like I'm on the CBS in the 1950s, but still, it's very good. I like it. Nice blue.
I like it.
Blue for Daytona.
I like the color. I like the color too.
Down across the line. On board briefly as well with the 12 car of Ryan Blaney. Bubba Wallace going down low, taking the position away from him. He's dragging Truex Jr. into the mix. So Truex now starting to come to the party. Jamie Little.
He can push better. He can be pushed better. He's running in the top 10 right now. Martin Truex Jr., one of those guys that's never gotten the job done here at Daytona or any super speedway track, Mike.
You're right there, Jamie. That's what we were just saying as well. He's running really well. He's now going to have a go at Bubba Wallace. He's thinking about creating a third line as Bubba goes side by side with Kyle Busch. Todd Gillihan's going to drop back. That's going to give Bubba another push into the tri-oval section. Just a little kiss on the bumper. Logano holding off Haley and trying to go down to the low line. You get a feeling they're trying to now create, but I think that's going to leave with Busch taking up the high line there, Adam, as well, because they're not yet wanting to choose paths, but Logano's got free run at the front.
Yes, good, Josh. I want to give some background on Todd Gilliland and Martin Truex Jr.'s father. Todd Gilliland's father is David Gilliland, and he is a legendary driver on the West Coast. He has run a lot of stock car races in the old NASCAR Winston West Series, was a great competitor there. And Martin Truex Jr.'s father, Martin Truex Sr., competed in the NASCAR First Grade National North Series, which ran in New England and the Northeast. And he had one career win, which took place at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. And I was there to see Martin Truex Sr. get his only NASCAR win. So, yeah, pretty cool moment for me.
Oh, totally. That's a memory that lives lives on, doesn't it, for ages. Hi to Omi. Hi to Nathan. Richie. Hello, Richie. I see Cameron's dad here too, as we hear the cars flying by. Logano leads another lap, but Gillihan's coming back up to make it a second place run. Let's listen on board. Now that's the 47 just ahead of us. We were on board. Never mind, because Doug Gillihan has taken the lead briefly away from Joey Logano. They're side by side on the back straightaway. Logano going to get a push here from Haley just behind, but again, we're going to see Gillihan get a push from Bubba Wallace. They are 4 side by side in 3 and 4. We are back to pack racing here at Daytona. Coming up fast as well is Martin Truex Jr. in the 7th position. Whoops, what's happened to my TV pictures? They've just gone black. Anybody else? Oh, hang on. TV pictures have gone off for me in the commentary box, and they're back now. Logano leading Gillihan as they come into the overall position on the track. Guys, can you still hear me okay?
All good, Josh. All good, my friend.
I'll get the pictures back up and running. There we go.
Bubba Wallace is front hood.
Go on, try now.
Drafting around a bit in the wind.
There was a brief power outage apparently, and the television went off, but we're back now. It just briefly froze the stream. Not in terms of the coverage at home, our television pictures that we're watching. It just went black for me up in the comms box. So not entirely sure what that was about.
Good stuff.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Logano, Haley, Gillahand. We're going to see Busher and Wallace popping back into it. And look at this again from Logano, side by side, just back ahead, getting the push from Haley. Gillahand just can't do anything. And now, here comes Chris Busher to the high line and getting through. And Kyle Busch starting to come in. High line starting to have the best one here as Logano gets a push again from Haley, coming through 3 and 4 into the triangle section. And they now, if they're smart, will cut down low. I don't think they need to actually scratch it because they've got such a run in the triangle section. They've got it covered. 44 laps to go in stage 2. 114 laps to go in total. It's 23 of 65 overall in the distance. Dimas says good morning. Hello. Yep, ready for the Boogity Boogity Woody racing. Love this place. So we kicked off the coverage. There's no better way to kick off our first green flag start than saying that.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I knew you'd say that, Josh.
I had no choice. I wanted to. I was thinking, what can I say? Whoa, never mind, look at that. Out of nowhere, Gillahand back up into second position, side by side with Logano, who's got his flap open in the rear as well. Getting a push from Haley across the triangle section. That was a bit of a close call. Logano, though, getting the push, saved him out the front there. Top 3 still sort of ahead of everybody else before the pack racing begins with Chris Busher in 5th position.
Yeah, Josh, question for you guys. Did Justin Haley's car remind you of Rowdy Burns from the movie Days of Thunder?
It does. I was wondering what it reminded me of. It is Days of Thunder, isn't it?
Yeah. Actually, former NASCAR driver Kenny Wallace posted that question on his Twitter page. What is Justin Haley's car like? Either Rowdy Burns or AJ Foyt. So, yeah, that's called. I enjoyed Days of Thunder with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. That was quite a good movie.
Side by side as they come into it as well. Just taking a few more moments into the proceedings. Down the back straight away coming in. Josh T's been busy. Just saw that. My Facebook's starting to get a lot of pings in it as well.
Hey Josh, do you know who's right now joining us is someone we saw in our YouTube chat. I wonder if he's out there. Omi, are you there?
Omi's probably in the background somewhere watching along.
Hello.
Hi Omi, you alright?
Yes. I don't have a clue what I'm watching right now. Are they just side by side forever, or?
It's the NASCAR.
Omi is called. Yeah, it's called. Omi, you're watching one of the greatest races in all of motorsports. So you're learning NASCAR.
Sit back, Omi, enjoy it. You'll get the hang of it quite quick, and you'll enjoy every single second of it. What's she on? All the commentators probably just popping in to see it. Yeah, get a hand.
Ground.
I think we've had more commentators pop in for this one commentary in terms of watching the race behind the scenes than we have in a long, long time since we found the system where everyone can just hang around in the backstage. Fox going to a night break again after being only on for 2 minutes. That's the way it goes. Logano getting a little tap from Haley, but Gillahand's down low. Wallace coming in as well. Truex the top 5 here at Daytona. Sun is setting and a lot of action. Still side by side down the inside line. Come on. What are we going to see? Hold it down. Gillahand will take second position back. Team Penske running order. Logano leading it. Austin Cindric's in 10th. Ryan Blaney is in 11th position. Now Logano's punching a hole completely on his own. Now he comes across former front row starter from the first half of the race. Michael McDowell is now going to go a total, I believe, of 5 laps down as he gets lapped in the tri-oval.
Yeah, when you are left alone for Michael McDowell, because everyone else is in a draft. You just are much slower than everyone else, and you just keep falling back and back and back. So once you get one lap down, try and keep on that one lap down only, because if you're the first car one lap down and the caution comes out, you get the free pass back onto the lead lap.
No sign of any yellows anytime around there. As look at that, Logano's dropped back and Gilliland.
Haven't you, Josh?
I have, but Gilliland and Haley take the lead of the race. They're now 1-2. Logano's dropped back. He wants to start some fuel saving in this second stage after 28 laps. Remember, the cars can go 40 to 44 laps of fuel worth. Gilliland leads. Logano back to second, and sideways coming back was Truex in third position. We ride with him now, getting sideways through 1 and 2. Little snap. He retakes second position, and Martin Truex Jr. now going to try and take the lead here at Daytona. But I hear that in that lift coming out of 2 and allow the suction of Gilliland to bring him through.
Yeah. On board now with Jimmy Johnson, number 84, Carvana Toyota for Legacy Motor Club, 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion, and Jimmy Johnson is the first active NASCAR. He is the first active NASCAR Hall of Famer to be driving. So he got inducted along with his former crew chief Chad Knaus into the NASCAR Hall of Fame a couple weeks ago. So really cool, for Jimmy and Chad to get inducted. When those two were around, they were quite unstoppable. So, they accomplished so much in NASCAR, so really cool to see them get inducted into the NASCAR Hall of Fame. And all of you that are watching, I highly recommend, if you ever go to Charlotte, North Carolina, go and check out the NASCAR Hall of Fame. You can see so much of NASCAR's history from the beginning until now. You can see cars from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s, 2010s. So I've gone myself once, and I quite enjoyed it. So if you're ever over here, go and check out the NASCAR Hall of Fame. It is quite worth it.
Halfway through stage 2 at the Daytona International Speedway. We are 5 laps away from half distance in this race, and it is hotting up at the front. Gilliland and now Truex side by side. Joey Logano alongside with Tyler Reddick over 3rd and 4th position as we enter the tri-oval once again. And this is where things start to get spicy. A yellow flag now would play into the hands of those who are running low on fuel. It'll enable them to push longer, and maybe a similar situation to what we saw at the end of stage 1, where the field was split up and came together in the last 2 laps. Now, again, Todd Gilliland takes the lead. He gets the toe off Logano, and he brings with him as well Justin Haley, who runs in 5th place. And there's a lap car of, that's not going to go down well. Jimmy Johnson getting lapped here at the 500. He's now 4 laps down, the 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion. And that's not going to go down well at all for him. But a fantastic race so far, Josh T, with 37 cars effectively still in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 37 cars running, 34 on the lead lap, 3 out of the race. The 3 out is the 36, 21, and 77 involved in the wreck at the end of lap 5. The 38 getting a push from the 22 of Joey Logano, but Truex Jr. down on the low line, drops back to 3rd, but it's getting a push from the 45 of Tyler Reddick as we go into turn 3 on lap 98 of 200. 33 of 65 on stage 2.
Now, Adam, I was going to mention, do we still have the $200,000 for leading the halfway lap, lap 100?
I think so. I kind of miss it. All of you that are watching, I'll give you guys a little bit of a background on back in the day. If you lit a lap in NASCAR, you got 5 bonus points, and if you led the most laps, you got that bonus point. So, I kind of missed that. I wish they'd go back to it, but for now, it is what it is.
Sadly so. So we're getting ready. Across the line then, lap 100 of 200. We are halfway in the Daytona 500 of 2024. And Todd Gillihan leads the way with Logano and Truex running in third. As the field fly by two, down the back straightaway, Logano's going to make a run. This is to lead the 100th lap of the race. We've only completed 90 line. This is lap 100, then we're going to complete lap 100 across it. Who's going to have that honour of leading at halfway? It's taken us about an hour and a half to get to this point. Another 90 minutes predictably left on the clock as we come across the line. And across it, halfway down, halfway to go. And it's been a great race so far. Only one caution in the first stage of the race. Everyone being very well behaved as the sun has dipped below the track line now. And artificial light starts to take over as the main source of play here at the Speedway. Not expecting any pit stops just yet. They're going to come in the next 5 to 10, well, 10 to 15 laps, I should say, Josh T, if I'm correct.
The fuel window is laps 40 to 44 you can do on one set of fuel. We are on lap 29 of the stage with, no, that's 29 to go. So if you do the math, 65 minus 29, that's around 25 laps to go. It is 10 past 11. I am on like a couple of hours sleep.
Yeah, we're all just sort of lagging at the moment, but it's a good race and it's a good way to keep on trucking through the night here. It should have been yesterday evening. The rain pushed us to a Monday time slot, prime time in the UK. Early afternoon. Oh, and even the TV pictures at NASCAR having a bit of a failure as well by showing us a checkered screen as we come out. Gillihan still in the lead. Now up high behind him is Logano. Truex still running right behind in now third position. He's side by side with Haley Reddick pushing. So there's still time to be found in this race. It's a slow burn, this one, to keep the candle going as they continue on the acceleration. Green flag running. Total, we've been racing for 1 hour and 37 minutes in total. And we've had 93 green laps, 10 under yellow. And not bad at all, actually, overall. It's been a very, very calm race. But I'm always getting a bit worried when that's the case, because it usually means drama in stage 3. You're watching NASCAR Daytona 500. We're in the second half of the race. Go on, Adam.
Yeah, like what let's call it. It kind of reminds me of what we saw in the duels on Thursday night, because the first duel was calm, and it normally is. And then when we get to the second duel, it goes crazy, and well, we saw that happen. So, could this be? Could the duels give us a preview of what to expect here? So far, it's been calm in the first half. Now I think things are going to start to heat up with. So yeah, get your favorite snacks, your favorite beverages, and join us here. This is a cool experience, and we're gonna have you covered all year long. And I want to let everybody know that coming up on Wednesday, we're going to have coverage of Formula One testing, the morning session and afternoon session. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we're also going to have coverage of testing for MotoGP. And not too long from now, we'll kick off our 2024 NTT IndyCar Series coverage from St. Petersburg, Florida. So, yeah, we're gonna be we're gonna be pretty busy here on JV Motorsports over the next couple weeks. So, tell your friends, tell your family, if they're not a subscriber, subscribe, hit the little bell icon, to let you know when we're live on the air. And we're going to be pretty busy the entire year with coverage worldwide. And I know Josh is not going to, his sleep schedule is going to be crazy.
It's gone. It's gone.
And Josh T's sleep schedule as well.
My sleep schedule has been gone, and IndyCar still haven't released their timings for St. Pete, which is creating an absolute nightmare for the scheduling for that weekend, which includes MotoGP Qatar, F1, F2, F1 Academy at Saudi Arabia, and of course IndyCar. So that is a scheduling nightmare, and we're not.
And that's week 2.
Even into the busiest month that we have.
I'm dreading the. I think it's June. No, it's Indy 500 day. I'm dreading that because there's about 11 different series on in a single day, and I've got to cover them all.
That is going to be an absolute nightmare for me to schedule on the series chart. So that's definitely going to be a very long night.
Yeah, it's going to be, and I think as well, I don't even escape my birthday as well with China, and then Long Beach as well. So some interesting ones. But yeah, that's the grind. We would take a 24-hour race any day over the usual amount, because we're probably in the box for near on 20 hours anyway across the weekend. Waiting for Fox to come back in from their international break. For those who like to sync up and haven't got TV pictures, Logano just touching the back there, Todd Gilliland. You're back with us here for the 66th running of the Daytona 500. The sun has dipped beyond the horizon. Artificial light is starting to take over, and a fascinating race is developing here. Gilliland leads, but now on the high line comes Bubba Wallace, and Bubba Wallace takes the lead of the Daytona 500. He's been pushed by Kyle Busch, and Logano dropping back, and Busch cuts down low in front of Gilliland, and that cements in the lead of the race. That was absolutely necessary as we come towards the pit stops. Fabulous. Look at Josh Berry running in 17th at the moment. Hang on. They've changed again. Kyle Busch now leads. He's gone high through turn 3 and takes the lead, and he's bringing with him Ryan Preece, who now takes joint lead of the race. They're side by side. Bubba's pushing the back of Kyle Busch, coming through 1 and 2, and now Busch comfortably has the lead of the race. So they are... Oh, perfect. They are having a lot of run down low. And, there goes Busch, blocking off Bubba Wallace. Preece goes high as well. Bubba stays in 3rd place. Gilliland, now Ryan Blaney giving the big shove to Ryan Preece to take 2nd place in the 41 car. Massive high line advantage, wheel to wheel. They get in the draft. Don't cause a wreck here, boys, as Bubba goes side by side, takes 2nd place away. Kyle Busch leads another lap. They've got to be careful here. They're close to wrecking.
Yes, Josh. It happens when you get closer to the end of these stages that at places like Daytona or even Talladega, and I guess you can now throw in Atlanta, but when you get closer to the end, it's called go or broke. Your friends are out the window, and as we see Ryan Preece, the former NASCAR Williams Modified Series driver from the state of Connecticut out front here in the Daytona
see pit
500.
road.
We all remember last year. Yeah.
Several.
And it's time for some green flag pit stops. So let's go down to pit road as we get some reports on green flag pit stops.
They're everywhere. Here they are, side by side to the front.
Oh, we've got a spinner, Josh Berry.
Around goes one of them.
Berry spinning in pit lane, and that is not what he needed now. Is that going to close the pit lane and maybe cause a yellow? We'll keep an eye on that. It's green at the moment, but he's the wrong way in the pit lane. I think it was Bubba Wallace.
He's in his pit box. It's a legal stop.
Well, we always talk about how everything is...
Well, it was a legal stop because he was backwards, but he was in the box. So he might not cause that yellow. He'll be able to spin it back around, but no doubt a penalty will be coming his way. Rest of the field now, racing, and Kyle Busch will continue another lap. Nearly said Kurt Busch, but of course he retired after his accidents and the concussion worries as well. He left the series, so only one Busch as Josh Berry back on the track. Now a lap down. Hopefully there's a caution. He gets the wave through. Well, stage 3 obviously, but still.
Yep, 41 had a penalty, who has just taken it of Ryan Preece, who was just leading.
Stay with Busch, is Larson being told, so stay. Don't have to change. They're happy with what they've got right now. Is anyone else going to dive into the pit lane? Yep, Ryan Preece coming in. As he takes a
service penalty.
Yep, so he takes it down. Busch is able to go a little bit longer. So effectively, we've now got 2 different races going on. But at least he won't lose a lap. He'll just drop to the back of the pack. Now he's going to get back up to speed, which could cost a little bit more time, to be fair. So maybe it's best he actually has a little bit further back on the run around. 2 different races now going on here at Daytona. Got to take care. We're getting towards the end of stage 2. Stage 2 has absolutely flown by. It's the same distance as stage 1, but hour 46 have been running. And into the pit lane now becomes the middle of the leaders. Let's hand it back downstairs.
Them coming to pit road. The group of cars led by the 22, mostly Fords, that were first to stop. Things a little more orderly here, as they can be, when you only have 8 cars coming in at one
A little bit
time.
of a smaller group, so it allows those guys to be a little more orderly because there's more room to move around.
All of these are fuel only.
Yep, fuel only, and it's a clean run out, so I believe we're going to see Kyle Busch take the lead off pit road, and does so. So not a bad run. So Kyle Larson now leads with Blaney, Elliott, and Corey LaJoie in 4th position. Now into the battle.
Josh.
Yes, as they pit now as well.
And yeah, everybody else pits. The first clash of the season is now a freeway clash with for the broadcasting, but all down pit lane are the leaders. Are we going down to pit lane?
Mostly Chevys, but for Austin
yes.
And
fuel only. So they all dive in for fuel.
Kevin, these green flag pit stops are all about efficiencies. Coming on pit road, coming off the pit road together. Who can do it best?
And here comes the field, blasting out of 1 and blasting into the action. So there's a lot more closing up to do. Josh T?
Yeah, so because F1 Academy Race 1, it finishes 5 minutes before MotoGP Qatar Free Practice 1.
Oh, that's all right then. We'll come.
Yeah.
That's fine. We only. That's
good old fun stuff. But
that's a quick
here
off.
around the outside line.
Oi! That's the 2. Sindri getting in the way of the 8 of Kyle Busch. Oh my word! Look at this. Those have just come off pit road and now being caught by everyone who's done 3 laps of racing speed, and now the entire field's starting to segregate, and that is up high, nearly in the wall. Martin Truex Jr., who gets shuffled back in the pack after making his way up so much in the early stages of this race. They've got to be careful now, because if they run into a caution, there's only 14 to go. The restart time before the Stage 2, Stage 3 competition yellow could be quite high. Well, low, actually. We're in there. We officially are now lit by the track. We are into the night segment here at Daytona's 500 race. Oh, and Blaney getting the touch from Kyle Busch. He just wants to touch everybody today. Literally getting pushed around everywhere. 13 to go in Stage 2. It was John Hunter Nemechek who touched Josh Berry in the pit lane and sent him around. Now watching the leaders once again. They're about to get demod, Cindric coming through, and now it's four wide into turn 3 and 4. They all just about make it through. Blaney's round the back, but taking the lead is Austin Cindric. Kyle Larson going down low. Chase Elliott getting involved as well as they try and make it 3 wide through the tri-oval section. Blaney's rear is looser than coin change in Las Vegas. Casinos. Can they make it through safely? Yes, but they're starting to look to go 3 wide. Look at the mid-pack. They are 3 wide as we enter turn 1 and 2.
Yep, 3 wide, at least 2 rows deep down in the mid-pack. Kyle Larson just in front of Chase Elliott on the low line. Look at Blaney. He's pushing Austin Cindric in the 2, who is leading, who has got a car length, nearly spun. With a bit of contact just back.
Larson's coming down low on the inside as well, trying to take second place back. Oh, and we see Blaney touch the back of Cindric and nearly send him around coming into the tri-oval section, but they hit the front with a comfortable margin. Just take care, guys. Do not throw yourself away.
And Josh, we can see... And we can see right now the 2 Team Penske teammates of Austin Cindric and Ryan Blaney helping each other. And here come...
Oh, Busch.
Whoa!
Here comes...
4 wide in the centre pack. Chase Elliott alongside Will Byron. And Ryan Blaney in the middle. Going down low and taking the lead of the race goes Kyle Larson. Kyle Busch up way high. We run 3 wide at Daytona with 10 to go in Stage 2. And now Cindric tries to go high, and now Larson drops back. It looks like the pace car's been deployed. Cindric up front, right in the centre. Everyone else 3 wide behind.
3 wide for the lead.
At the Indianapolis, it's called. You think you're at the Indianapolis 500? You know, 3 by 3 by 3. If we go down the backstretch here, it's looks like the Team Penske duo of Austin Cindric and Ryan Blaney are trying to take are trying to go on 2. But here comes Busch trying to take the lead, and wow, this has been an incredible end to Stage 2. And once we get to Stage 3, oh boy, you want crazy? Yeah, it's about to be crazy time.
This is where the 500 starts to come in. This is where we start to have the racing that everybody loves and everybody comes to see. Side by side, Kyle Busch up high, down low, Austin Cindric in turns 2, almost into the wall. Everybody on the high line, they're taking that grip to the absolute extreme. As if one of them doesn't wreck, I'd be very surprised. It is that close. Oh, and again, the wind starting to play a factor as well, and just starting to take them up to the extreme high line. They blast past.
Through the tri-oval now. Look at that, AJ Allmendinger up in 6th place. He was multiple laps down at the start of this race after the wreck and caution number 1, but that's what Daytona can do. You're multiple laps down and you can be in the leading pack.
Let's listen. They fly past us at awesome speed, and now Michael McDowell's going to get in the way as Cindric has to go down low. Kyle Busch Busch will take the high line. And again, the field thinking about maneuvers. They can't change lanes with 8 to go here. Now, they're smart. They're just playing this one through. Bubba Wallace coming down, nearly taking out Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 47. Meantime, up front, the 24 gets into the back of the 8 and almost causes a caution. That was triggered by AJ Allmendinger in the 16, who tapped the back of Byron, who tapped the back of Busch, and now Busch has catapulted ahead, and now Blaney hits the back of Cindric through 1 and 2. Still side by side as we reach the backstretch. This is critical moments in the Daytona 500. And they are so close to wrecking. I can't believe they're not. Experience is nothing in this game. It is flying by the seat of your pants. And it's still so close. Cigarettes paper between them and the wall. Into 5 to go. Adam.
This is what we live for. You know, come down to the last few laps going into stage 2. And I will say this. I will say that sunset in Daytona, Florida right now is absolutely gorgeous. But this is what we all live for. Yeah. Coming to the end of stage 2, and Team Penske has had success winning the Rolex 24 Hours Daytona. Yeah.
Busch v. Cindric side by side, nearly in the wall. Omi's asking, when does it get exciting? Now is when it gets exciting.
Now.
Yeah.
Now.
Right this second, because yes, they're pack racing still, but this actually is war. Forget the civil niceties we had in the beginning. This is war. And they're still trying to battle their way through. We try and show video when we can, just to let you know, Johnny, but sometimes we can, sometimes we can't. All depends on the context of things. On board with Suarez running in... No, hang on board with Blaney running in 3rd. They fly past turn 3. Field now just beginning to come down. Feels like we've been on lap 5 for ages. 5 to go. Literally, we started this lap. It's felt like we've been on it for the past 3. Now it's 4 to go. Time goes slow towards the end of stages. And Kyle Busch still up high. Cindric just giving him a little bit of a shove. That's going to take the entire field with him. But now we've got problems. They're 3 wide and we're meeting traffic on the back straightaway. This is where we start to have problems. Cross your fingers. Side by side. Who is that? That's Christopher Bell trying to go through. He's down in 6th position and trying to filter back in, but he's not going to be let. It's 3 wide with 3 cars on the low line in the way. Lapped markers. This is going to be a bit worrying.
Yeah, this is definitely going to get a bit spicy. Christopher Bell leading the low line, 3 wide. He's catching up on Ryan Blaney and Suarez, but they're catching up to the traffic, getting a little bit sideways. Bubba Wallace.
This will be contact. This will cause a yellow. I'm almost certain of it, because those 3 cars are not running at the pace the pack is, and they are going to meet quite hard. Look at that. Bell's desperately trying to get back up into the middle. He's not being let in. He's had to let back in order to not be caught up. It's like a rat trying to get out of a bowl of a sinking ship. It's just not going to work. You're not going to get out. Those 3 are costing everybody positions as they come into turns 3 and 4. 3 to go in stage 2. Oh, and there's 3 wide further back, and there's almost contact. I believe that is going to be Ricky Stenhouse Jr. who's dropped right back to Alex Bowman's position. It was. And now it's getting
Blaney
a bit spicy.
Touching the rear bump of Cindric with 3 wide.
Through turn 1 and 2, that's never the way you want to be touching. It's always going to unsell the car. Cindric just stays ahead. Busch is almost in the wall. And Josh Berry now 2 laps down in this event. Whoa, and the rear for Cindric getting completely wide as Blaney's just punching him again and again and again. Punch, punch, punch.
One wrong move, and it could be good. It could be history for you.
And after 2 stages in the setting sun, you don't want to do it. One more lap in stage 2 to go. Who's going to take stage 2 as we go to the competition yellow? Stage 2 has run caution free. Can we make it another 1.5 miles around this speedway to make stage 2 caution free? Bush on the outside, Cindric on the low line getting pushed. Byron and Blaney all still getting there. Cindric leads into turn 3 and 4. Bush up high, Byron coming down, going down low and sending Byron up. Cindric into the path of Bush. Blaney will come across and takes the green checkered flag for stage 2. Blaney wins it. Cindric, Suarez, the top 3 as we go to competition yellow. 2 stages complete and there's 70 laps left of the Daytona 500. Wow! Well, Blaney's been practicing that one, Adam. He timed that perfectly.
Yep. Oh, yes, he sure did, Josh. He sure did. And, like I was mentioning, Team Penske had a great start here in Daytona when the Porsche Penske Motorsports car won the Rolex 24 Hours Daytona. And also, you got to give a call to Australian driver Matt Campbell, because after he won the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona, he went back to his home country, and he just recently won the legendary Bathurst 12 Hours. So what a way to start the year for Matt Campbell. We had 2 iconic races. That's pretty good, don't you think?
Oh, yeah. 2 hours into this race. One more stage to go. And now, Josh T, we can all take a little bit of a breath.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're under caution for the 3rd time because of the conclusion of stage 2. Ryan Blaney leads, Austin Cindric, Daniel Suarez, Kyle Busch, Tyler Reddick, top 5. That's all going to change because coming up shortly is the pit stops, yellow pit stops, and look at that sunset over the Daytona International Speedway.
That is
absolutely
gorgeous.
incredible.
That is gorgeous right there.
Love it. Love Daytona.
Now that's a picture you take and you frame it.
Keep it ready by your side. It's a fantastic Daytona 500 day. Michael McDowell's come into the pit, so has David Reagan, just to let you know. So they are keeping it coming through as the action.
Note them down for penalties.
Oh yeah, because they've come in under
for
green.
The restart.
Yeah. They've come in under yellow flag conditions, so they're not going to be allowed to continue on. We'll note those down for penalties.
The penalty pen is ready to note down just in case there's loads of penalties, because normally I try to remember the numbers, but with 10 cars under penalty, yeah, I can't remember 10 cars with the commentary in this ear and the officials radio in this ear.
As I'm back over to Fox.
Bridge provided by Goodyear, powering every mile and every moment on NASCAR's road to victory. Goodyear, more driven.
There's the race card.
Stage 2, and Busch Light is still giving away prizes. Enter for a chance to win a getaway to North Carolina for a Trackhouse Motorplex racing experience and other big prizes during every lap that ends in a 1. Follow @BuschBeer on X to learn more.
Twitter.
So you can drive.
Yeah, I still say Twitter.
You can enter the contest.
I still say Twitter.
Win the go-kart race.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Well, a couple of real close ones at the end of stage 2. First was the Austin Cindric block and the Ryan Blaney move for the lead. Also was the finish for first car on the lead lap at the end of the stage, and that is scored as Ty Gibbs over Ryan Preece and Josh Berry. So Gibbs will get the free pass. Right here, there's the Monster Energy King.
Blaney moved to the
Pit
lead
road
to
open
take
this
that
time.
stage win. I saw that coming, but I really thought Cindric was in trouble, was going to get stuck in the middle there. Quick move up, was a heads-up move. Very, very close block, but it saved his day to get some stage points.
Well, like you said, we heard
Expect
Ryan
4
Blaney
I can say
frustrated earlier
expect
in
4
the
tire
run
pit
there.
stops and fuel when everyone comes down to pit road.
His teammate, he went and took that momentum and went right by him.
Also true.
All right, this is the end of stage 2. There are no more planned caution flags for the rest of the race, and we've had only 3 of them. The incident at lap 6, where John Hunter Nemechek got into the side of Harrison Burton, knocking Burton and Carson Hocevar and Kaz Grala out of the race. It also sent Austin Dillon to the garage for repairs and damaged the car of Jimmy Johnson. The only other caution flags have been for the stage breaks. Means the Buddy Baker's all-time Daytona 500 record average speed of 177 miles an hour is in no jeopardy today.
Here they come down pit road.
All right, the lead lap cars head for pit road. Let's begin with Josh.
We'll begin with the 99 of Daniel Suarez. Quietly found his way into the top 5. His biggest complaint, needs more rear security. They're going to go 4 tires and a dot of fuel here. Regan?
Kyle Busch in the 8 car complaining about tight earlier, but the sun has gone down, and that has helped him. That car's gotten better for him. A little bit too darty in a straight line, meaning it moves around just a little bit too much for him. The 12 of Ryan Blaney, he's a little tight right now as the track continues to change. Jamie?
Austin Cindric in the 2 led 10 laps there, says he needs nothing inside the race car. He's happy. 4 tires weighted on fuel. This could be the last time they take tires today.
And the race off pit road is good.
Cindric, Blaney, Suarez coming off pit road. Ryan Blaney, defending series champ and stage 2 winner in the Daytona 500.
They keep on going here. And it's a good race so far. Oh, hang on. What's happened to the number 8 of Kyle Busch? Going low on the line through 1 and 2. And he's got a problem. Looks like it's a suspension gone down a bit, Adam, on the front left. The wheel's rubbing.
Yeah, and you feel, like I said, it's taken Kyle Busch 20 years to win a Daytona 500. Hasn't got it done. But hopefully this is nothing serious.
Is it wheel nut
Roddy
possibly?
Busch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a wheel nut could be.
One to yellow, so this has happened. Yeah, it's bobbing up and down. Josh T, what are you hearing on the scanner?
Nothing about Kyle Busch, just the confirmation of
It's shredded, look
the
at it.
classification. But yeah, definitely, I believe
I think
they've
it's loose wheel. I think it's a loose wheel for
It's gone.
for Kyle Busch.
It's punctured now, and it's sparking. Kyle Busch has a puncture. Don't know what's caused it, coming out of pit road, and he's going to drop right to the back and lose some laps. Will it never end for Kyle Busch? The misery at Daytona continues.
all I've heard. Hold up. Yeah, all I've heard is that they, I believe, do have a safety truck following, picking up any debris that
Right.
if it does fall off.
That's it.
Because
He's done it
even
at turn
just
1.
a little bit of debris.
Yeah, he's got to make it all the way around the track, though, so he's got to drop a couple of laps here
Yeah.
behind pace car. This is not good for Kyle Busch. The worst possible moment. Oh. And he was in such a good position.
Well, it's a loose wheel. It's a loose wheel on left front for Kyle Busch. You feel for him. You feel for him. I mean, he could. You never know. He can still get up there.
At least he hasn't hit the jet truck.
Thank you. At least he didn't do it Juan Pablo Montoya. Yeah, I remember what happened there.
Led to this.
So it is a loose wheel. Let's have a look at it down the pit lane. So look at the left front. It's going to start sparking. We opened up Fox's commentary too. Wheel goes on, and there's single lug. Oh, he went before the nut was tightened.
Waved his hands.
Yep,
Stop,
that's
stop,
right,
stop.
Josh. That's
Unfortunately,
right.
did not get that lug nut on.
Yeah, that's a
That single lug nut again having problems. Oh,
Okay,
go on.
Josh.
Yeah.
54 is the free pass, 34, 60, 84 again of Jimmy Johnson, 3 and 99 all under penalty, so they'll go to the tail of the longest line. Pit road closed, 1 to go, and it'll be the lap to choose.
Is Kyle Busch going to get a penalty for coming down pit road? Was it closed when he went in?
I believe it was open when he came in just.
So
It was
he's
open.
got, yeah, he's
It
got
was
away
open.
with it. Good. I was a bit worried for a second as they come into it. We had the race card open a few moments ago. Hopefully everyone's been taking a look at it and seeing how it all operates and knows the deal. As some other cars come down pit road. Jamie.
At the left front.
Is this fuel
All
only?
right,
Yeah.
fellas, assume the position. It's time for the Credit One Bank ones to watch. Clint, over here, Clint. Which manufacturer are you watching?
Which manufacturer? All of them. I just said before we went to break, man, all 3 of them are dead even. But if I had to pick one right now, I like what I see with Logano. I saw Hendricks move there, or excuse me, Cindric's move there. I'm going to stay with Ford.
Yeah, well, I still think that Toyota's in the game, and like you said, there's a lot more of them in the game because of the fact that they can do all the things that the Fords and Chevy have done. But I still think that there's a lot to this whole thing to play out, Mike.
Well, in terms of Chevrolet, Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson, the Kyle and Kyle show, they have been the class of the field for Chevrolet, though Chase Elliott was also able to run up front. But rule 1 of the Daytona 500 is don't beat yourself. And one of that trio is going to be starting in the back. So you're saying it's anybody's game.
They're not out of it yet. I think all 3 of these manufacturers are equally matched. I love what I'm seeing of this Daytona 500.
And this is going to come down to exactly what we've seen. Who makes the least amount of mistakes and can position themselves in the front of the pack with the track position after they make their pit stop. And then at the end, really everything just goes crazy.
The other thing that we...
Josh T, go.
Due to everyone pitting under caution for a top-up of fuel, the penalty vehicles are now the 15, 34, 60, 99, 24, 5, 43, 11, 6, 9, 3, 38, 71, 41, 34, 42, and the 10.
Oh my God! So many now taking penalties.
So basically, Josh,
yeah,
everybody who came down pit lane that you saw become
Yeah.
penalty vehicle because that was under closed.
We're coming to the green flag. 65 laps of the Daytona 500 remain. Bubba Wallace versus Austin Cindric. Stage 3 is go! Go to go! And Bubba Wallace has the low line. Austin Cindric taking up high. Behind is Tyler Reddick and then Ryan Blaney. AJ Allmendinger and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. getting himself back in. Alex Bowman's on low. Ross Chastain is high. Busher and LeJour. And then Truex round out the top 10. This is it. 65 laps of right hard racing to decide who will be the Daytona champion. Settle yourselves in. It's about, realistically, I don't know, around about 40 minutes or so of running. And this is usually where we see big ones, because Blaney's already pushing the back of Austin Cindric. And Bubba Wallace trying to win his first ever Daytona 500 is coming into the mix, and he's in a good position. The best we've seen him race in a long, long time. Liking this, Adam. It's a nice, smooth getaway. Nice, smooth starts right now.
That's the key word. Now, wait till we get like less than 50 to go, and then you want exciting? It's about to get it exciting.
Place to be, leading at the front of the field. Oh, going up high. That's Chris Busher. That allows the 7 to come through. Corey LeJour spinning in the middle.
3 wide.
This is where the trouble begins. 3 wide as we see Bubba Wallace trying to stop Tyler Reddick coming through. Reddick won the duels, remember, but the lead of the race has gone to Cindric, I think, up into, that's Ryan Blaney. And now Bubba takes down low, coming up into position. Joey Logano's on the high line. It's all kicking off here at Daytona. They've just got to start to have a bit of caution with it. Start to have a little bit of give and take as Cindric leads it across it. And now again, Bubba's taking low. Swing low, sweet chariot. 3 wide, 4 wide through turn 1 and 2. How many Hail Marys are we going to have to say for this one? This is unbelievable stuff. Oh my word, they're in the wall. That's Chastain, and Josh Berry's back up into 8th position. The 54's coming back in. This is insane. And that is going to go down as well with the 54 with Ty Gibbs. Adam, they're just now starting to get racy. They know this is the one. This is the one that's all on the line.
You're pouring ready, folks. All I can say.
61 to go. The low line starting to have some traction. Whoa. The wind taking it away. Bubba Wallace has turn 1. We're properly in the night and under the dark skies here at Daytona. The camera's shaking. The entire field unleashed for the first time at proper full power. We'll have another pit stop, of course. There's another 1 stop to go with around about 25 laps remaining. So we will have a splash dash. They can't save that much of fuel. The fuel is only good for 40 to 44 laps. And Bubba's dropped back into about 6th position from leading this race. Up the front now takes it AJ Allmendinger with Chris Buescher in 2nd position. On board. Go on, Adam.
Yeah. Hog racing is always good here in the super speedways. We've seen that in the past with AJ Allmendinger, among others. So with AJ out in front, it's no fluke. And AJ has to run the Xfinity Series race after this, so he's getting
all 3
he's getting experience.
This is close at the front. AJ Allmendinger's got the low line. He's leading. Up high, Tyler Reddick. These two doing battle once more. And a little tap there as well from the 31. Truex is up into 3rd place. Truex was running 10th at the restart. Where on earth he came from, I don't know. He's right there in the mix as they fly by 1 and 2 once again. If you're watching NASCAR for the first time on JB Motorsports, this is where everybody starts to get excited. The final stage, it's crash, bang, wallop. Michael McDowell, who started 2nd, is now rejoined. He's on the low line coming out of the pits. And now the lead changes again at the front as Truex hits the front and gets pushed back immediately into 3rd position. AJ Allmendinger with the middle line now cuts off the bottom of Chris Buescher, takes over at 2nd position and takes over the lead of the races. 3 wide again into the trial section. And it's very much his hold your breath stuff now, Josh T.
Yeah, there was a little bit of contact between Noah Gragson and the 16 of Reagan, which nearly sent the 60 spinning off. We still stay green with 58 laps to go as we exit turn 2 onto the backstretch.
Adam, this is now getting crunch point. Even I don't know where to look at this rate as well. It's making me go like, oh, don't make contact, just take care.
Yeah, this is what these last few laps is called hold your breath time. And if someone makes a wrong move, yeah, that's not what you want right now. You want to be calm and look at Corey. And I will say this. Give a call to Corey LaJoie driving for Spire Motorsports.
Yeah.
Corey LaJoie's father is Randy LaJoie, who was a sensational driver when he drove in the NASCAR Pro Series. He also made starts in the NASCAR Cup Series as well. So give a call to Corey LaJoie, running in 3rd position right now for Spire Motorsports. Here comes. And here comes Daniel Hemrick in the 31.
Where did he come from?
Thank you.
Up into 2nd position. This field is completely changing. 2nd upon 2nd. And now moving up high. That, I believe, is going to be the 7 of Corey LaJoie just securing in his position. Denny Hamlin's running in net 5th. It's changing every second. Allmendinger, though, has got the lead.
Hey, Josh, who did you pick to win the Daytona 500?
Oh, I can't remember now. Oh, God, I think I picked Logano.
I picked Denny Hamlin. I remember that.
I think I picked Logano. Who did you pick, Josh T?
Denny Hamlin.
Oh, so it's 2 for Hamlin
I know
and 1 for Logano.
Yeah, I know Matthew. I know Matthew Owens went with Danny Hamlin doing as well, and I know he and Seth Eves on USR are probably having an absolute blast right now over there. So give a shout out to those two on USRN.
They'll be taking us through some Cup Series this year when we can't do it. It's a joint effort this year between JB Motorsports and USON to bring every single lap of the NASCAR Cup season across both channels for the first time. So that is doubly, triply, quadruply exciting. Just how this race is turning out to be, because 3 lanes become 2, but up the centre, getting a push, Denny Hamlin getting pushed by Kyle Busch, who's suddenly back on the lead lap, back up to 8th position. Never mind the puncture, he's back. He's Kyle Busch, who's fighting his way through in the centre half of the field. And now, 54 laps to go, and it's all out war. This is NASCAR back in 2024.
Absolutely incredible. Busch getting a push. Denny Hamlin getting a push by Kyle Busch. Massive loose moment there as we see
Fox is advertising the big one.
Yeah.
Is the big one coming? Josh T, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is coming. And Josh T said the last lap. I said stage 2. I got it wrong. Adam, you said stage 3.
Yes, and someone flipped.
Well, there we go.
I said that.
Look at LeJour, cut off the back of Hamlin. We saw Hamlin do that in the Jules, and he's not going to like that. He pushes him further towards the front, 3 wide, nearly becoming onto the apron in the triangle section between 1 and 2. Getting a little bit dangerous now, but taking the lead is Corey LeJour.
Yeah, keep an eye on LeJoy as well. He has been between the middle and the high lane, cutting up, defending, going 170 miles per hour, cutting between lanes. It's definitely a dangerous maneuver as the 16 of AJ Allmendinger has come down on the low line. But look at Christopher Bell up on the high line, getting pushed by the number 19 of Truex Jr.
And he's nearly in the wall as well. This 3 could become 5 wide as Hamlin gets a little bit of a slide at the rear and taking the lead lap across it again. AJ Allmendinger across the line has an advantage, but it's getting in a bit close as we welcome back Tom Dillon.
Hello, Josh. Really happy to be here. This is getting very, very entertaining, and I still think Kyle Busch absolutely in with a chance of winning this one. That seems to be the sort of narrative that's being pushed anyway. I think everyone really excited how this is going, but right now it's LeJoy who has got the race lead.
He's going for it. Kyle Busch is getting a massive push from the back of Alex Bowman, and he takes the lead. He had a puncture at the middle of stage break, and he's still leading this race. He's going to need a bigger push though, because AJ Allmendinger down low. Up high is Corey LeJour. It's 3 wide in the trial section here at Daytona. Oh boy, this is going to get close. How long until the big one? 4 wide in the middle of the stage. They've got to stay careful. They can't risk a wreck. 3 lanes being taken up, 3 cars apiece. And it's 7, 8 racing together. LeJour on the outside, Busch in the centre, and the 16 of AJ Allmendinger losing out massively. 50 laps to go at the Daytona 500 in 2024. It is all about to kick off. No idea what we are going to see in this race. So much controversy has been avoided, but how much is still to come? That's the big question ahead of the possibility of the big one. Adam, we all said it's about the last 5 laps, isn't it? But it's this stage now that we're running into with 50 to go, where everyone's trying to save a bit of fuel to try and make it the last possible. If there's a late yellow, or if we have to sort of have, 25 to go, pit, get some fuel.
Yeah, all right, Josh. You hit the nail on the head. And you look at Kyle Busch. He's been trying for 20 years to win. It took Dale Earnhardt Sr. 20 years. It happened. And give a call to Corey LeJour, driving for Spire Motorsports. His best finish is 4th twice in the Chili's number 7. Here Here comes Denny Hamlin, giving Corey LaJoy a push on top, and here comes Hamlin's teammate Christopher Bell, driver the number 20 car for Joe Gibbs Racing. Of course, we know about Coach Joe Gibbs. He has won Super Bowls in the past. He's won Daytona 500. So, these big events, he's used to it.
And this is getting
And
close.
here comes Denny
Hamlin
Hamlin taking the lead.
He
Here
went
comes
super low.
Denny Hamlin taking the lead. And man, Denny Hamlin's been strong here tonight.
And
Here comes Kyle Busch on the inside.
Hamlin came out of nowhere to take that one, and I think he's going to regret it because, as you said, Kyle Busch is going to get the toe from Alex Bowman. And LaJoie's not going to want to push Hamlin as we use this fantastic camera angle briefly before going back to the International. Hamlin now on the back, the 7 and the 8, the 20 and the 48 all together as well. Look out for Kyle Larson in 6th place. He's getting towed up, but Hamlin had to lift off, and look at that, he's looking in the mirror. He can't take any low line because I think Busch and LaJoie is going to have him through into turn 3 and 4. Yeah, he's got him. So Busch is going to take the lead. Hamlin's going to try and hold it on the outline.
Not so fast. Not so fast.
Busch gets that lap led, but here comes Denny Hamlin round the outside up in towards turn 1, out of the tri-oval, side by side. Alex Bowman behind Kyle Busch on the low line in the 8. Kyle Busch just keeps it.
Tom, do you reckon they're going to start calming down for a second?
Well, they need to. Look at the laps they all pitted. Everyone pitting around lap 130 to lap 135, pretty much inside of this top 10 even. No one's pit any later than that either. So every single person right now we think needs one more stop. However, if there's a caution, you're just going to want to stay out there as long as possible. And I'm confused as to why we're racing this hard with so long to go, given the situation that everyone is in. However, the good thing right now for Kyle Busch is that Alex Bowman and Corey LaJoie, as well as Kyle Larson, all of them in Chevys. And the Chevys are going to want to help out the Chevys as well. So Denny Hamlin right now, his next Toyota is Christopher Bell. He's all the way back. So actually, it seems very much that Kyle Busch has got this not on wrap just yet, but he's certainly put himself into the driving seat for this race.
Yeah, at the start of this race, the average speed across the field was 173 miles per hour with 45 laps to go. It is the average speed 187 miles per hour.
And here comes Hamlin again, taking that extreme high line through 3 and 4. Tries to get as much speed onto the tri-oval as possible. It is allowing him to keep the lead laps up. Even though it's Kyle Busch leading for the majority, Hamlin still gets across the line. The gap, 0.04 thousandths of a second the last time around. So it is going the way of Hamlin. He very much has that ace up his sleeve, and then he's got LaJoie just pushing him back. As you said, Tom, the Chevy's helping out the Chevys, the Toyota pretty much on his solo run.
Absolutely, and 45 laps to go. We're getting into that crunch time stage of the Daytona 500. It's so crazy to think in actual real terms. That's still best part of half an hour, 45 minutes still to run. But in terms of Daytona, this is the crunch time. But be aware, a late caution can save absolutely everything. If you get a caution now, is it a no-brainer that you all come into the pits? And if you do come into the pits, is it a full service stop? What are the guys around you going to do? And it won't be that simple. You know, if we get a caution right now, I can guarantee there will be some people at the back who decide, actually, we're going to fancy our chances. We're going to stay out. Because in theory, I mean, 60, 65, 70 laps is a long time to try and make a fuel tank last. But if you have 4 or 5 cautions towards the end of this race, which you can very much have, there's a good chance that someone could make it last to the end.
We've seen it before.
Yeah, absolutely. The fuel window is 40 to 44 laps. We are at that now with 44 laps to go.
What you don't want, of course, is overtime. You don't want overtime. You want to get that white flag, and the next flag ends the race.
Yep, NASCAR overtime, of course, always a factor as we get closer to the end of the race. What is also a factor is that if you pit now under green to go to the end of the race, if you get a caution, you are done for. But if you stay out for as long as you can,
who else
and
thought?
no caution comes...
Who else thought that the camera on board with when it went towards the wall? I thought, oh, hello. It was the camera moving of its own accord.
The thing you've got to remember here now is there is absolutely no way in your right mind you make a pit stop unless you absolutely have to. Unless that race car cannot physically do another lap, you do not go into the pits. That is as simple as it gets, because there's no benefit to having new tyres right now. This is proper NASCAR racing. There's no benefit to anything. Just as long as your race car has got fuel in it, as long as your tyres aren't going to explode, you make sure that you stay out on the racetrack right now, Josh.
I'd say if we went to 35 to go and we were running caution-free, if there's a caution then, come in, full service, full tank, because you've got to think of overtime, go for it. And just do Hail Mary and go for it, because otherwise you're going to be out of position. I think everybody knows that. Look how close they're getting to the wall, though. I'm so surprised. We've only had one accident today, and that was in the first stage of the race, in the opening 5 laps. Every other everything yellow has just been the ends of the stages. They've been so well behaved today, these guys. But how much longer?
NASCAR being well behaved, this is news to me.
Yes, it is, isn't it? What were you going to say, Tom?
Yeah, it's 22, and I've been watching for over 30 years.
Kyle Busch has been left hanging here a little bit. That low line losing a little bit of time. There's a chance for Hamlin or
getting pushed by Logano now, though.
Yeah, but there's a chance that they can go to the low line. We'll see. Here comes Kyle Busch back, surging down the inside. He's going to get himself back into position, and that takes away the chance for them to go low. So Kyle Busch is back into position. If they'd have gone low there, that all of a sudden creates an interesting scenario, but they're able to get that surge back on that inside line. So it's no panic for now.
So we've gone back to 2 racing and very much now fuel saving mode, as we've been discussing, because no one's planning, and the lap times have fallen a lot as well. The highest we've had is a 45 in terms of best speed laps. Last lap times we're doing 48s. So we're very much in fuel save mode. 40 laps to go here at the Daytona 500.
I just think that caution is going to be so important to get a late caution here.
Yeah, he's gone to the front. Has he gone to the front? Has he been pushed to the front? That's not just my imagination, is it? Yeah.
Yes, no, they're back at the front. So it stays 2 lanes, both lanes pretty equal. However, now there's a bit of a surge on the outside lane. Again, a chance now. If Denny Hamlin, the number 11, and in fact the number 7 want to go low, they have got that opportunity to go low. But the problem is they're getting that surge, but then no one's going with them. So that just allows that low line to come back into play and stops us really opening up this race. But I think they're in a position where actually we want to save a bit of fuel. We want to go running alone for a little bit down the road. But yeah, right now, not quite working. Denny Hamlin, the lone Toyota at the top of the field. You've got to remember as well, even though there are Chevys all, in this sort of pack, yes, Chevy wants to help Chevy, but also they are different teams. You still have to be a little bit self-serving. As this is big as Kyle Busch goes to the outside. Kyle Busch goes to the outside and he hits the wall ever so slightly. It's an absolute kiss, but he's changed lines.
And that was a critical moment because it lifted Bell, and look who's going to benefit. Joey Logano taking the low line. Busch coming up, getting in the high, gets in front of Christopher Bell, and now just touches the wall. Did he mean to go for that gap, or did he just lose it? I think he lost it.
Yes. No, absolutely he meant to go for that gap. Those guys on the outside line, they're trying to fuel save at the moment. They're trying to break away. They're trying to make sure their fuel is nice and conservative. He's going for that. I don't think he quite meant to hit the wall, but he certainly went for that outside line. That's a smart play at this stage in the race.
Adam, that was so close.
Line.
Want to let everybody know the last time someone won the Daytona 500 in the Clash Coliseum, it was Denny Hamlin.
Yep, and Hamlin won, as you said, last time at the Clash, and he's going to try and win it again here today. Can he do back-to-back? We said in the Clash commentary how good he was at that Coliseum race of forcing others out of the way, and it's seeming to be working today. Yeah, you saw it in the duels as well, cutting people off. Josh T.
Yeah, the favoured line is the outside line here at Daytona, especially on restart. Saying that, look down low. Joey Logano has led the past lap, but look behind, we're 3 wide further back.
And Josh Berry touched the apron and got the car unsettled and almost went to the side of the 62. So, very close action. Kyle Busch is now moving to the centre line. Joey Logano's getting a push from David Reagan, who's now moved up into second position. The open entry car who has just in it for this race, David Reagan in the 60 is running P2. You can't write shit. Go on.
They tried to pop open a third lane as well there, Josh, but it hasn't quite worked for them. But it does mean now the inside line has turned into the favoured line. It'll be interesting to see when all these third lane guys slot back in, if we get this sort of surge back and it brings all of those guys on the outside back into play. That's the number 11 and LaJoie and Busch. When that line pops back in, they should come back into play and get a bit more momentum on the outside line. But right now, the inside seems to be the favoured line all of a sudden.
We're thinking another 11 laps until pit stops start to come into play. And look at David Reagan. He has got absolutely nothing to lose. He's going for the lead with Logano, but it's 3 wide further back. And at the inside, Todd Gilliland running with Martin Truex Jr. And in the mix there, Bubba Wallace. And they're getting very close. Chase Elliott's on the outside line as well, coming into the trial section. And they're still 3 wide. They're having a few moments as Fox decide to actually focus on the action instead of playing some stupid stinger. I can actually hear myself think again.
We're going to get a caution soon. I'm almost certain of it. They're just getting desperate on that outside line. They're popping open that third lane, and it's not working for them. And it's actually damaging, I would argue, everyone in that second lane. That what would formerly be the outside lane. And
where did Riley Hersberg come from?
Number 7's going slow. LaJoie got out of the way, so he's moving slow. That puts Kyle Busch back up into the forerunning of that outside line. Now we wait to see if they can get themselves back up front.
What is happening in this race?
Number 15 in 33rd place with the lead pack, and he's getting in the way of the low line.
Fox are doing some sort of through the race jangle that we don't want to know about because this is the action that we need to see, and it really is getting quite annoying. Don't know what they're doing. We're just hearing swoops and swades. But either way, here comes Chase Elliott. He's on the back of the number 11 of Denny Hamlin on the back straightaway. There's Joey Logano leading this race. David Reagan's in second. I wish Fox would just focus on the racing. It's getting on my nerves having a concert in the background as they try and have an attack through. And coming back up high, here comes Brad Keselowski's got himself back up into third place. Finally, we've got our racing back. No more funky music. Here's listen. 33 to go here at Daytona, and it's all starting to kick off. And look at that, Logano nearly going round. David Reagan nearly touching him. Keselowski's in there too. Brad Keselowski looking for a Daytona 500 victory.
Alex Bowman dives low. Yeah. He's a while back. He's 26th at the moment. But plenty of time to make up those positions, especially if there's a big wreck or something. Looking back at Kyle Busch on the television pictures, he's still trying to make that high line work. And, well, at the moment, it's working for them. They're slowly getting themselves back up front. Busch runs 6th at the moment. Denny Hamlin joining him on that high line. Now they've got a chance to go low. I don't think they will. Not in 6th position. They need to get up to the front, though. That's the key now, because that high line not working.
My eyes are darting across every timing screen we've got in this commentary box as well to try and figure out what is going to happen next in this race. Cindric's moved up to 23rd position. Larson's dropped back to 23rd. Allmendinger led this race for a time. He's dropped back into 25th position, so he too is out of position and out of order at the moment. And this is the crunch point, Adam, and 30 to go. We're getting closer to pit stops coming in, and we're going to have a green flag pit stop.
Yeah, Josh, that is true. And something about that number 6 car, back in the day, it used to be driven by one NASCAR Hall of Famer, Mark Martin, who never won the Daytona 500, and he never won a Cup Series championship. He won a lot of races, but never accomplished winning this race or a Cup Series championship. And the same can be said for Rusty Wallace. Rusty Wallace won a NASCAR Cup Series championship, and he never won the Daytona 500, even though he had a nasty wreck in this race in 1993, flipping down the backstretch. He also had a horrible crash at the end of Talladega, the first time they went to Talladega in 1993. So we're the two icons of NASCAR, Rusty Wallace, Mark Martin. They never won the Daytona 500, and it's still surprising to me.
This is so tight as we come onto the backstretch. They fly by into the tribal. 30 laps to go here at Daytona. Right, and Will Byron's back up into 10th position. And now, when are we going to start to see pit stops, Josh T? When are they going to start thinking, okay, let's try and take it to the end with a fuel-only stop, no tyres?
Look, I think in around 5 laps, but Logano going up and down across both lanes. Here comes Hamlin round the outside, gets a push by Busch. Hamlin gets a little loose. Average speed is just touching 192 miles per hour as here comes Logano.
Hamlin tried to go low, didn't happen. Logano had too much overspeed, Josh, and then Busch was trying to follow him, realised he couldn't follow him, and it's all gone wrong, and here goes the leader. He's going to go high.
And Logano shuts off Denny Hamlin with a move that Hamlin was famous for in the duels, and now it's changed the complexion once again as we fly back through. And now Michael McDowell, who started this race second, is in the way. He's gone extreme high, and that means we've got technically a 3-car field. They've all had to navigate out of the way.
Hamlin goes back, Logano, sorry. And Logano goes back low, I should say.
This race is just insane. Now, he did go high, now he's gone low. So he's cut Hamlin off.
He's gone back low.
And Hamlin's now losing out positions. David Reagan back up. If we have a yellow pit stop and he's still second, watch out for David Reagan as an unlikely winner of this 500-mile race. Stuart
Going through turn 3 and turn 4 last time, Josh. I don't know who it was, but I saw some sparks fly from the yellow apron line.
Oh, keep an eye out. I didn't expect this from Brad Keselowski, by the way. Really impressive stuff from him after a bad qualifying. Right up there in this race. Hamlin side by side. Oh, look at that. They tried to go side by side and they just got the air force, literally. It's like when you have a pump and you put your finger over the end of it and start pumping. After a while it goes, bah! Just releases all the air. It's a massive whack between them. It's like being punched in the face by the invisible person. Absolutely insane.
And NASCAR is set up effectively as loose as you can set up a race car.
Yeah.
You know, even a so-called stable NASCAR setup is still incredibly loose. So the second you get any bit of interference off the back of a car in front of you, it's almost an impossible task.
Still running side by side for the majority. Is a little bit of a slide in the mid-pack. That came, I believe, from the 15 of Riley Hersbert, who nearly went off. He got a massive tank slapper in the middle of turn 2, saved it, lifted off, and that saved an accident. I don't know if anybody else spotted that, but I had heart in mouth. As look at this now. They're going to go 4 wide. Kyle Busch is going to take a high line, gets blocked by Hamlin. Logano cuts down low. David Reagan's still there. He's now side by side with Hamlin above him. He's going to be followed by Busch. Oh, and
Hamlin
they're
and Busch both want to get low as soon as possible here, but it's not working for them.
Well, they're going to have to sacrifice. They can't sacrifice anything. They can't drop anywhere. So they are losing time, and it's not where they want to be. And they can't run the risk of crashing out and causing that yellow. 25 to go. We're into the pit stops. Go on.
In the 15, Josh is in the pack, but he is 1 lap down, so he's just being a nuisance.
So he nearly wrecked everyone for a nuisance.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds like Riley at the moment, doesn't it?
Sounds like NASCAR in a nutshell when they're not behaving themselves.
But problem is now as well, how do you pit? If you're Hamlin, you're Busch.
Yeah.
You've got quite a lot of NASCARs blocking your path to pit road. So, yeah, goodness knows what's going to happen here. We've still got the majority of the pack running, apart from a couple of stragglers at the back. April's running in this big sort of 2-lane pack. And that outside line, they all want to get low, but they just can't find that overspeed to try and get into a position where it serves them to run low. You don't want to be running low and in 8th position. You want to be running low up at the front. But right now, despite their efforts, the 2 cars of Kyle Busch and, of course, the driver just ahead of him, Denny Hamlin, they just can't do it. They just can't do it. And it is an impossible task for them as we approach these pit stops. I dare say they're starting to need a caution. As are we getting drivers into pit lane? No, not yet.
The 84 of Jimmy Johnson, I believe, the only car to come down pit lane, who is 4 laps down. the first sign of people coming to pit lane will be everybody dropping down to the low line and going single file. None of that left yet with 24 laps to go. Logano out in front with Reagan behind. Keselowski, as you said, Josh, didn't have a good qualifying, but he is right up there in third place with 24 laps to go in the 66th running of the Daytona 500.
This race is just turning up to everything. It's been a classic Daytona 500 because it's been about strategy. It's been about playing the game, not about crashing in the big one. It's about hard racing, and that's how we kick off the season. Logano leads, 23 laps to go. He's led 41 coming into today. Now he's going to go a little bit more, but he's getting the tag from David Reagan, and Reagan is properly pushing him as hard and fast as he can possibly go in that number 60 Ford. Come on.
Look at the car also third in line, the number 41 of Ryan Preece, who is also a lap down and getting in the way of Keselowski.
I thought it was. I was thinking because that wasn't Keselowski in the way, was it? It was running as a behind. So again, got to get out of it. And there's no command blue in NASCAR. They have to clear them by themselves. Blues are only on road courses, and they're few and far between. Pit lane, all diving in towards the back. Riley Herzberg, the 31 coming in, of Hemerick coming in as well. The 7 down pit road of Corey LeJour. Pit lane.
It's kind of a mixed bag.
That's for fuel only, as that's Jimmy Johnson getting out of the way. So it's fuel only for everybody that pitted further back. That does not open the question. Go on.
Bush will be in this lap. Hamlin and Bush will be in this lap. I imagine they've dropped back to try and slot into line. So they're going to be in this lap. I think most people will be in this lap. So we're going to start to get to a point where we've got a straight fight to the lead, to the end. I would be surprised if we don't see a caution.
Coming off pit lane, the car's now going to be out of balance. This is where the crunch point begins with 20 to go. So are they coming in? They're coming at the exit of pit lane. And is Logano going to come in pit lane this time? No, he's not. But you are right. Coming down pit road, the 45. Well, let's just see. Well, yeah, Corey LeJour. Smith, well, hang on, who has crossed it?
Hamlin and Bush aren't in.
They're
so
not
even though
in.
they tried to slot in, they've not come in.
Oh, and Christopher Bell's long fuel stop for him there. So Truex, Reddick, Jones, Bubba Wallace, Hunter Nemechek, Gibbs and Bell. They're the ones who have darted down pit road. You can see it on your timing screens.
Yeah, everyone who has pitted with a long fuel stop.
Bubba might get out ahead of Eric Jones here. Look, and they might get out. Eric Jones was slow off pit road. Bubba might jump him at the exit of 1 and 2. Now, there's Logano. Is he going to come down? And that is Hamlin coming in and Kyle Busch. They've come in this lap, Tom. They've come in this lap. Kyle Busch
you take as little fuel as you possibly can get away with right now. I don't see the logic in putting in a lot of fuel right now. Put in 20 laps, 21 laps of fuel, and just pray that it doesn't go to overtime. That's the risk you've got to take at this stage, I think.
And it was about 4 or 5 seconds. And does Kyle Busch get out ahead of Denny Hamlin? It's very close. No. Hamlin gets out ahead of Busch. Who was that? Who else was that?
They seem to be happy working together right now, Hamlin and Busch, to be honest with you. I don't necessarily see much logic in it, but they seem to also be helping each other out. They've been running
Here we go. Logano in.
Look at that. They literally spread. And are we going to see a crash on pit road? Because they're 6 wide. Coming into the section. That's not going to work.
Close.
And Blaney's in trouble here because he can't get in his pit box. Blaney can't get in his pit box. He's had to slow right down. So who's going to win off pit road? Joey Logano's got my money. It's going to be very close. Jamie. No, Jamie. Oh, look, he wants to go, and he's going. You can see it. How much fuel did Joey Logano actually get? Because he could see the entire pack coming towards him, and he went, right, go, 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 go. I don't care if I take my Jackman with me. I'm going now.
Where's everyone else? That's the question.
Yeah. In now. They're in now. Who's gone through? Who's kept it? Joey Logano. He's coming around turn 2 and 3. Chastain, Larson, Steinhaus Jr., Elliott, Alfredo, William Bowen, Suarez, Bowman in. Say again, McDowell stopped a bit. He has. Michael McDowell has stopped. Oh, and that's of Chris Buescher. No, hang on. There's Buescher on the picture. So who's the other one? Who's he stopped in front of? But are they going to get out ahead? Because here comes Logano coming out. Who did he stop in front of? Trying to lean into the TV pictures. Couldn't see.
Is it number 1?
It could be Ricky Stenhouse Jr. But who's leading? Ross Chastain has the lead with 18 to go. Now it's foot to the floor for the end of this race.
Ross Chastain has just pitted, Josh.
I know, but he's still got the net lead.
That's not,
Yeah, cool.
But now...
not the net lead, but he does have... Yeah, he does have the lead on the timing screen, which only updates once per lap. We'll wait to see as everyone slots back in. This is interesting.
I think he's got it. I think Chastain might still have it.
Yeah,
where the
Logano's dropped low straight away.
He's got
Soon as he
tonight.
could, he dropped low.
I want to see what it is when he crosses the line. I think Ross Chastain is the net leader.
Mechanical.
And Ross Chastain is the leader of this race. Now, if he can get fully up to speed before Logano gets him, we've got a really interesting race. But look at Logano. He's slicing through the top 4 like a hot knife through butter. And Logano goes high, Chastain goes low, and this is the statistics show this is where we have the big one. Cars faster than the others coming out of pit lane speed limits.
Logano's got this. He's absolutely rapid on the high line. He's going to updraft a little bit down the straight. He wants that high line. Right now, he made the conscious choice. He's going to go high. Had plenty of opportunity to go low and has opportunity right now. Stays high for the time being. Your order, well, I'm even going to attempt to do the order before it's been updated because it's changed that much over the course of the last minute.
And getting sideways further back, Daniel Suarez nearly causing a massive accident. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is back up into 4th position. And now it's 3 wide.
Chastain goes low to defend.
Logano's staying on that high line as well. Logano's trying to become the first person since Dale Earnhardt Jr. to win from pole at a Daytona race. That was back in 2015 in the summer. He's trying to become the first one since 2000 to take the pole and the win at Daytona. That is a long, long time, 24 years, and Logano's trying to break it today. He also might pick a winner.
He's going to want that low line, though. He's going to want to go low, though, at some point in this race because...
Dylan's in the way!
Obviously, it gives you the closer run to the line. As here goes Chastain, blocks him up high.
Chastain and Joey Logano got a rear tyre to the wall. He got a rear tyre to the wall as Austin Dillon's causing mayhem in the back half of the pack as well. But it's going to be the 47 taking the lead. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., our winner in 2023, is now leading in 2024, Adam. Could we see a back-to-back at Daytona?
It happened with Sterling Marlin in 94 and 95, and it was his first two career wins, so it has been done before. It could happen tonight.
47's dropping back on that middle line. This is going to be interesting now because you've got Chastain and Logano on that top line, and then on the inside line you've got a few other cars. I can't quite see their numbers right now, and the timing screen isn't doing me much useful, but I'd make it that Suarez has the lead right now, as again trying to open up that third lane is the number 1 car down the middle.
Still desperately trying to keep this race going. Josh T.
34 back in the race, was in garage for 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
Chastain.
Oh, it's close.
Look at that. Daniel Suarez is the lead of the race now at the moment. Logano's been pushed back to 3rd. And this is where, look at that. Bodywork starting to get thrown around out there. Brad Keselowski on the high line behind Joey Logano getting pushed out. Daniel Suarez leads it. Chase Elliott side by side with Ross Chastain now as we come towards the trial. Look at William Byron. He was down in 23rd place. He's now running in 4th as we cross the line. Going up into 2nd position. How we were not going to have the big one, I don't know. This is mad.
Here come the Hendrick Motorsports. Here come the Hendrick Motorsports teammates of William Byron and Alex Bowman, the 24 and 48. Remember when those two were... Remember when
they're touching. They're all getting a bit bodywork. Logano loose, hitting the back of Ross Chastain. Chastain hits the front, but the middle of the pack is starting down front. Look at Chastain. He has taken off like a rocket, and he chooses the low line to go defensive, and now chooses to go high. He's got that swing low, swing high. Logano comes in, almost hits the back of him. William Byron's going to be classified as second across the line. 12 laps to go here at Daytona. It is pack racing as Byron hits the front, being pushed by Alex Bowman.
Yeah, the 34's day goes from good to bad to worse as he's been given a drive-through which he has completed due to exiting too many boxes. Bit of contact there for the 48 of Bowman on the back of Byron with 3 wide for the lead.
Look at that in the centre. Suarez is swerving everywhere. Logano swerving. They're all touching the apron. They're all getting out of shape. The tyres beginning to give up. They didn't take tyres at the stop. They've done a total so far of over 70 laps. They've got to take care of them because they didn't take tyres at the start. Look at that. Chastain getting loose. Bowman's getting loose, being pushed by Gillahand. 11 laps to go at Daytona.
Logano and Chastain up front now and up front comfortably, so now they get to dictate their line. Logano goes low and Chastain gets a bit loose. He's okay though, he's hitting number 6 on the outside line going all the way around. Logano goes low, Chastain stays high, cuts back in low. They want the low line because that is the shortest route to the line when you're defending for the lead, Josh.
Brad Keselowski wants to get it, Adam, and he's going for it. Logano's taking the lead of the race, and there's nearly a crash again in the centre. They're moving everywhere.
This is when everyone says we're on our own. This is when it's called, it's go for broke. You put your chips in the middle and you just give it all that you've got. Here comes Ross Chastain, Joey Logano. Here comes
Byron.
William Byron. We all remember that number 24 car that was driven by Jeff Gordon, who had success here in the 500 in the past. William Byron wants to duplicate that here tonight.
I'll tell you now, Josh, it's a little bit like the motorway in that you get past and you go left.
Contact.
Logano sideways.
Logano almost sideways. Oh my word, he's so close to crashing there, but he stays alive for the time being.
Got touched by Brad Keselowski. Brad Keselowski, of course, let's not forget, caused the first caution of the night. He hit the side of the 23, so that's going to be a little bit to watch out for that he is known it. 9 to go here at Daytona for the Great American Race, and it is literally wheel-to-wheel stuff. You can't look away. It is changing everything as they come into turns 1 and 2. Logano still up high. Mid-pack, Keselowski coming in. Logano getting in a little bit of a pack. And Bowman in the middle of it as well. Logano's going to get out. Keselowski takes second. Logano has to lift off. Bowman comes into the back. Logano touching the back as they come down. Brad Keselowski hits it. Coming down into turn 3. Keselowski's going for it. And Keselowski hits Logano. And it's the big one. And Logano involved. The entire field crash out. And the big one happens with 9 to go at Daytona. It's pandemonium at turns 3 and 4. Logano gets taken up by Keselowski. Chastain leads across the line, surely to a red flag.
20. I don't think they'll read that. I don't think they'll read that, but there are.
They would read it. They would read it.
Out.
They would read it.
I'm not too sure.
We'll wait for the confirmation, but with 8 to go, would go to overtime, but they would red flag to clean this mess up.
I don't think they will. I think
Logano's out.
As it is, because actually
red flag.
Crashed.
Red flag's out.
Has there been?
Yeah, red flag's out.
Is it?
On my time screen from the race control, they're saying red. So we'll see if that we'll get the command. We'll wait for the flagman, but I'm getting. Josh T's got the servers. We'll hear Kyle Larson involved in that too for Hendrick. And the big one happening at Daytona. Martin Truex Jr. bodywork damage. They are going to stop this one. I've got red. Not hearing anything yet, but they take a while to stop things in NASCAR.
I think that's a mistake. I don't think they'll red flag this. I don't see the point.
They would.
Most of the cars that are out are back going again. You know, you've only got 3 cars to clean up. I don't see the logic in red flagging this at all.
It's bodywork damage. If the cars are safe enough with only 8 to go, with the restart procedure, they would stop it. They would.
They would have to with the amount of debris,
Yeah.
if there is a significant
Yes.
amount of debris
Yes.
all across the raceway. Because when you're
What's
going
the
green
running
flag
order?
at near 200 miles per hour, that's not good debris.
Red flag. We've got a red flag. Yeah, they've gone. They've
Yeah,
gone
red flag.
Yeah, look, command on the timing screen. Command red. So the race has been stopped. So they have stopped it and they've stopped to the back straight away.
Official radio, withdraw the yellow to just display the red flag.
I was getting
I don't.
Oh, apologies. Oh,
don't
are
see
we
the reason.
gonna have a fight? Logano's looking for something. Red flag confirmed on our screen.
Here we
so,
go. Here we go.
So
Yeah, well,
watch.
that's a bit silly to me.
What? Yeah, it is. It is me too, actually. Now watch Keselowski. He's gonna go down low. Bowman touches the back of Byron. Keselowski comes up. He gets tagged from Logano. Byron gets hit by Bowman, and then he gets out of shape. Byron hits Keselowski, who calamities into Logano, and the entire field have nowhere to go, and it's a Constantino effect. Hopefully door panels only, but red flag. The Daytona 500 is stopped with 8 laps to go, so we'll probably go to overtime.
Possibly, because they take about 18 years to speed up, don't they?
Yes.
But,
Let's take a look. It's called. If we take a look here, I mean, we knew it was coming.
Yeah.
It's called the way everyone was racing. We knew it was coming. Oh yeah, I can actually say I got my
got it right.
prediction right because I said in stage 3 we'd have the big ones called. No one didn't flip over, but I got.
You got it.
One prediction right. Thank you.
Let's see on board. This is Bowman touching to the back of Byron. He'll hit. So Bowman hits Byron, who hits Keselowski, who then calamities into everyone else. Get through that, McQueen. On board with Chase Elliott. Oof. And he did get
No, he
taken
didn't.
out. Oh.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., last year's winner, involved.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. can't see on the board. Time screen hasn't confirmed where they all are at the moment. All we've got is, we haven't actually got who caused the yellow. We've only got the command red on the timing screens.
We also don't have confirmation of the order.
That's
either,
true.
So.
Yeah, that is also true. The red
I
flag came out
have
of
it.
cars and
I
pits.
have it right now. As Ross Chastain ahead of Alex Bowman, William Byron, Austin Cindric, and Chase Elliott, your top 5. But yeah, we don't have.
Here we go on board with Denny Hamlin. Does he get through?
He got involved, yeah. Hamlin got involved.
Yeah, Tom, that I believe is the right order because they did complete a lap after the caution, which means the timing screens were refreshed. So it's Chastain,
Right.
Bowman, Byron, Cindric, Elliott, Bell, Briscoe, Bush, Allmendinger, and Jones, your top 10.
But of course, NASCAR will review the footage because they have to make sure they know who's where at the instance of the yellow. That is the way that the order is decided. It's at the instance of the yellow. So they have to check that just to make sure.
And also, Logano might get back in this race. He wasn't that badly affected. He only touched the wall, but he's out of the car. They might be able to. He might be able to get back in the car and get him back to pit lane under the red flag situation. Because when he got out of the car, it was under yellow, not red. But I'm thinking rear left suspension. I saw looked a bit damaged. And now the front, Logano's out of it.
Number 38.
Yeah,
that
Logano's
was very close to going over on the transition
That's Todd
from
Gilliland.
the apron to
Todd
the
Gilliland's in
raceway.
it. Bart Keselowski, Denny Hamlin. There goes my pick winner.
Logano went too. Mine's gone.
Yeah, well, as flat to 31 degrees, it's very easy to get stuck if, at the slow speed after a wreck that you're going. The 62 involved as well.
Quite a lot of the field did get through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think at least 10 cars were involved in that one.
On board with Chase Here we are on board with Chase Briscoe in the 14. For Stewart Haas Racing, and all you can see is smoke.
I think he
Yeah,
got away
what
with
there
it.
you go.
Got is 22 and the 6 are out, so Logano and Keselowski confirmed currently, but there'll be more.
He got away with it.
Oh, yeah.
He actually got away with it, so that's something. Oh, it's just an absolute calamity.
No free pass, awaiting the lineup shortly, and I'll go bingo number shouting again style. Let's go.
This is on board with the 99. Who are we on board with? 99.
Yeah. Ooh.
Hands off the wheel.
And that's the safe thing to do.
Oof. And is getting back to pit lane for Daniel Suarez. Red flag out then here at Daytona with 8 laps to go. Waiting on order, track cleanup and restart. Hope nobody fancies any sleep tonight. We'll be here for the long run.
You forget, Josh, I'm over here in the United States, and after this race is the
Xfinity.
It's NASCAR. Yes.
That's true.
You want to know how much sleep I'm going to get tonight?
None.
Josh, I'm kind of in school in 8 hours, and there's the Xfinity race after this as well.
Okay.
Now, Josh T, you're not going to stay awake. Now, Josh T, you're not going to stay awake over there in the UK to watch the Xfinity Series race, are you?
You bet I am.
Oh. Okay. Okay. So if your teacher asks why you're groggy, Josh T, you can just say you were on the call of 2 races from Daytona.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I actually can say this right now. Happy Tuesday to all of you. Happy Tuesday, to the 3 Brits that are joining me.
It is indeed Tuesday. It's 1:38 a.m.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's 12:39 a.m. over there in the UK, and it's 7:39 p.m. on a Monday for me here in the United States. So, as soon as this race gets over with, I can go have myself some dinner and then get all prepared for the Xfinity race, which was supposed to be run before this, but because of the rain, it got moved to after this race.
Never a happy Tuesday on my timetable. We move.
Say again?
Yes. Yeah. I can say this. You feel for Joey Logano. You feel for, can anybody want $1 million junkyard? You got it.
Do you know, I don't feel for any of them, honestly, because once again, it's a totally avoidable NASCAR crash. You've got 2 people crash, and then 4 more people join them because they freak the hell out, go down low, lose the car, and then come back up across the racetrack. It's unbelievable, the incapability of these guys to drive something. It really is.
So, under the red flag, as we go through replays, let's pass it downstairs to Fox, and we'll catch 5 up here in the comms box.
Brian's ready to get out of here.
He's ready to go home. Yes.
Todd Gilliland, the last driver to climb from his car on the backstretch. Everyone whose car could not be driven back to pit road climbed out and is okay. Walked to the ambulance to be taken to the infield care center and checked out. 18 cars in all involved in this pileup at the end of the back straightaway, which is now the world's fastest salvage yard.
You knew it was coming. That energy was building at the end of the Daytona.
Yes, Josh T.
Cars involved 2, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 17, 19, 20, 22, 24, 31, 38, 41, 43, 45, 47, 48, 54, 62, 99.
That is the majority of the field involved in that accident
Yeah.
alone.
So,
how insane is that?
You want to know who's on? It's called. You want to know who's on the DVP clock? You've got Eric Jones, you have Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney, Chris Busch, and Ty Gibbs, Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Larson, Anthony Alfredo, William Byron, Daniel Suarez, Christopher Bell, Chase Elliott, Austin Cindric, Alex Bowman, Daniel Hammer, Noah Gregson, Todd Gilliland, Chase Briscoe, and Brian Priest.
I mean, it's unbelievable. They can't even stop in a straight line, Josh.
No, they are stopped to the back straight away in a complete angle.
Enough to win this.
Jamie.
Yeah, car's been strong all night. First stage, played the strategy right, had some good help, finished third. Second stage was a little quieter. We had dropped back to try to avoid some of the melee and never had an opportunity to really get back up into it. Finished in the teens. Stage 3, we played the strategy right. We positioned ourselves well. Never can tell what's going to happen from here. I expect another caution, but the car's been strong. The guys have done a great job on pit road, and we're looking forward to it.
Well, Pitbull is one of the owners of this team. How cool would it be for Pitbull to be holding that Daytona 500 trophy? We'll find out soon, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. 4 Chevrolets in the top 5 right now. Austin Cindric, the only Ford. And the first Toyota is Christopher Bell in 6th.
As we go through this scenario here and we see all these cars wrecked and now we see these cars sitting on pit road, Larry, can you explain to us the process that the DVP clock that they have to go through and everything that the rules require after you're wrecked?
Yeah, Kevin, it's the damaged vehicle policy, and you basically have 7 minutes, and that minutes is accumulative, and it starts from the time you enter pit road to the time you exit pit road. And if you leave pit road and come back around, the clock doesn't reset. It continues to pick up and running. And at a super speedway, you have to have things like the rear bumper in place. You have to have the door panels in place, the deck lid, the rear spoiler. A lot of things that has to still be on that car and functional. All the flaps, hood flaps, roof flaps, all those things still have to be functional, and that has to all be done in a total time of 7 minutes, including entering and exiting pit road.
Thanks, Larry. Let's go to the Advent Health Care Center and join Josh Sims.
Yeah, and Ryan Blaney checked and released from the care center. Ryan, we were here Thursday night, very frustrated after that. How does this wreck compare? How is the risk and the emotions?
Well, I'm definitely not as frustrated after Thursday night. This was just, racing at the end of the 500, and this one didn't hurt nearly as bad, so that part's nice. But, yeah, it's a shame. I thought we had a shot at it. Up in the first, few rows, we would be kind of second in the road, depending on where the block was kind of thrown, and thought we were in a decent spot, especially if the 6 got to the inside of the 1. I could kind of finally get behind Joey and try to get hooked up with him, but yeah, just unfortunate end with old Pete Menard's Ford Mustang, really fast. But yeah, I got turned. That was, yeah. And then, the wheel snapped. I usually let go of the wheel, but I didn't think it had anything in it. So, yeah, I'm okay. My wrist is good, and just one of those weird deals. But proud of the effort by the 12 boys. Shame we tore up a couple race cars, but going next week.
Thanks. I'm glad you're okay, Ryan.
That's
Josh,
good to hear on his wrist, because the way he held it, you never know.
Back in.
Yeah, you're here. Go on.
Watching a replay of this incident, I thought maybe I was being a little bit hyperbolic when I said it was totally avoidable. It was.
It was.
Now, someone correct me. I'm watching the replay on Twitter now. And the number 38 car, I believe it was. So I'll do my best to describe to the viewers what happened, because I've got the replay up and I'm sort of rewinding through it. So obviously, we've gone loose. Joey Logano's been hit, and then sort of the high lane has gone into the wall. So at that point, you're looking at quite possibly, a 5-6 car incident, and it's NASCAR, it happens. You've got people going particularly aggressive, and that just stems from a car going loose. That's okay. What's then caused the problem is that the 38 has gone down low in a total over, calculation. He's kept his foot in as well. This is the problem. He's totally kept his foot in and got loose as he's gone off the apron and then just spun across the racetrack. I mean, that sort of thing deserves a race ban. That is mind-numbingly stupid. Obviously I haven't seen the onboard, but from what I can see, he's gone completely, kept his foot in, not lifted off practically at all, tried to go for glory, and the car in front of him obviously is avoiding the incident, and he's had to try and, jam on the brakes to get away from him. He's just gone across the racetrack. It is unbelievable.
Welcome to Daytona. Anything happen?
Yeah.
That's an 18 car crash. These guys are supposed to be professional.
Yeah, here's a stat for you guys. Looking at the top 20, Austin Cindric's the only driver to win the Daytona 500.
1, 24, 48. 2, 9, 20. White noise, my ears, help. 14, 21, 8, 16, 42, 10, 23, 4, 60, 51. Sorry, correction, 31. 3, 34, 7, 71, 15, 84. There you go. And engines are being cranked.
That's from the scanner radio, so we've heard that before anybody else has. Thanks, Josh D. Yeah.
Withdraw the reds, display the caution.
And yellow has come out. Reds have gone, so the cars will get it back up to full speed. If Tom, if you're dressed ready, what am I then? I'm in full suit and tie.
Well, you look like you're quite inappropriately dressed to go to a funeral, Josh.
I thought you could have gone for at least a wedding. Had to go for funeral. Why funeral? I don't know. I thought wedding at least. Graduation maybe. A graduation. I don't know. We are rolling again at Daytona. This is the crash again.
We were under red for 15.5 minutes.
That's 15.5 minutes less sleep I'll have.
Yep, the power of having a website which can have up to 50 different stopwatches. So I've got all of the damaged vehicle policy times up, and all of the time under cautions, and all of the red flags.
Josh T, when you get that monitor that I sent you on the login for the media, you'll...
It's up.
Yeah. Have you got the media login?
No, I put in the URL that you sent me, and it didn't require any login at all. It just sent me to the timing screens that you have.
Oh.
This is weird.
Well, okay, that is bizarre. Usually it requires the media login, and I did send you the password. But okay.
It did not ask me for the username and password you sent me.
Oh, okay. Adam, hello.
Hey. A comment from Brad in the chat says, Josh, I would invite you to my wedding in that suit. And he also says that was savage to Josh. I like his suit. So we want to say to all of you in the chat, thank you so much for commenting here tonight. We really do appreciate it. And next week is Atlanta.
I won't be in a suit.
Here. No, you won't be.
I won't be in a suit for Atlanta. Only the special races.
Okay. Hey Josh, does that mean you're gonna wear a suit for like when we go to Talladega? I mean, or maybe even when we go to Darlington or Bristol? I mean. Am I
just gonna be am I gonna be in a suit for every?
I mean, those
NASCAR?
are special races.
Racetrack is ready.
Oh, great! Send me a list of the. Send me a list of the
All right,
ultimate
so
special races, and I'll get the suit out as well. I've got full suits. So. I mean, it's a tux at Vegas. You've got to go to that. So I've got that ready. And then it's a suit.
Yeah, I already know that. It's called. I'll be joining. It's called. Oh, I already know you were a tux for Vegas.
I mean, all right. Technically, it wasn't a suit for Monaco. I usually go for a really nice, lovely, flowery shirt from Monaco. But this year, it might have to be a suit at Monaco, judging by the amount of stuff we have on that day. I may as well just be in the suit because I have no time to change. It'd be like Broadway. I'll go off wearing one, rip it off, and come back on wearing a full suit.
Oh yeah, Brad says, can you be in a black suit for the Bahrain Grand Prix? Because when Verstappen wins, it'll be a funeral for the 2024 season.
Open.
I have a black suit. I have this lovely blue suit that I picked up at Christmas. I have a grey suit, which is mainly a funeral suit at the moment, but it's also a nice tweedy suit, so you can wear that anytime really, but it's become a funeral suit. I have the tuxedo with the blue velvet jacket, and I have several waistcoats. So yeah, I've got some clothes. I've got some nice clothes. And literally
Updated list of cars out, Josh.
Oh, okay, go on. Mountain
the 47, 22, 6, 99, 38, and of course the 36, 21, and 77 from the first wreck of the day on lap 6.
3 hours and...
On the... under the damaged vehicle policy right now with 5 minutes is the 62 of Anthony Alfredo.
We have been racing for 3 hours, 2 minutes and 29 seconds. We've been on air for nearly 4 hours, 3 hours, 54 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's another long broadcast coming off of a 7-hour broadcast earlier on today. My thanks to Maddie Patterson, by the way, who joined us earlier on trackside in Qatar for half an hour. Delighted to say that Maddie is joining the team for some MotoGP races this year. The team principal of Sekhmet Racing in the FIA International Women's Team.
We see a whole bunch of cars pitting.
The 300 cars that are in that
No,
are
no.
not, but yes.
Yeah, we see a whole. I'm surprised, like you, that so many are pitting, but I think a lot of them probably slid their tires trying to. Either they were spinning in the wreck or trying to slow up so hard that they slid the tires under the wreck, so they went through a lot of debris and different things, so everybody just wants to keep it clean and put some tires on.
Yep, so fuel and tyres for those who are involved in the wreck. Yep, so Maddie Patterson will be joining the MotoGP team for a few races throughout the season when she can fit it into her busy schedule. That'll be alongside Julia Trusovic as well, and Megan and Adam as well, who'll be doing some of the late-night races across the season.
There will be. And I'll be with you. And I can say I will be with you, Josh, for the MotoGP U.S. Grand Prix at Utah, and I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. All the Americans will get you in for that one.
There was a battle off pit road that time by Josh.
I did see it.
41, 4 and 60 in that order.
We are going to go to overtime in this procedure. We're going to run out of laps before we head back to green, so it looks like we'll go to overtime. To explain this procedure to you, it is unlimited tries to get a green, white, checkered. So basically it's 2 laps, and then we have the green flag with 2 to go. If we make it round to the white flag...
1 to go at the line.
There we go. Okay, so if we make it through to the white flag, the next flag, be it yellow or checkered, ends the race. So we have to get through that first lap of the green, white, checkered NASCAR overtime rule. But considering we're going to have 1 to go, we'll have 4 to go with a chance to win this one. Tom?
The second that you see the white flag, that means that is the is the last lap, no matter what.
Yeah.
That's the important thing to know there. So if you have a yellow flag on the penultimate lap, then you go 1 more, you go overtime. If you see the white flag at any point, that means that the race will be over after that lap, regardless of whether you see a yellow, a red, a checkered flag, whatever. That will be the end of the race.
So that includes now. So if we'll restart with 4 to go. If we get to the white flag, next flag ends the race. That's always the rule. Choose.
Yep.
Ross Chastain, Will Byron. Go on, Josh T.
Penalty cars are the 11, 17, 31, 54, 5, 19, 62 and 52, a couple that I missed as well.
They're taking it now, so Hamlin's coming in, Hamrick's coming in as well, so they're going to drop right to the back. So we're going to have...
43 as well.
43, right.
Just came in. 2 penalties under damaged vehicle policy, and Anthony Alfredo, 5 minutes and 28 seconds. Martin Truex Jr. in the 19, 5 minutes and 19 as well.
Do you know, I'm looking at the list of who could win this race. Do you know whose my eye is going to? P7. Car 8, Kyle Busch. He's right there, isn't he? He's right there to capitalise. So, we've been standing around for 3 hours. 4 hours on the broadcast. The race that was due to happen on the Sunday, delayed to the Monday, will end in prime time. And it is high drama. Byron and Chastain, row 1. Bowman Cindric. Elliott Bell, Bush LaJour, Smith Allmendinger top 10. Tom?
Remember the choose rule as well, so they get to choose which side and which lane they go to, and the number 1 has gone to the outside lane, and the number 24 has gone to the inside lane. So William Byron will be on the inside, and Ross Chastain will be on the outside. They will class themselves, I would say, as our challengers. However, you also have to look further back. Bell, Kyle Busch, and LaJour, all of them, I would say, in with a chance of winning this one. They might need a little bit of a wreck to try and get themselves into position, but they're in there, and that's the important thing with 5 to go.
Pace car lights are out. We will go green, 4 to go. We get to 1, the white flag, the next one ends the race. Here we go then. For the 5th time today, we will restart the Daytona 500. Pace car pulls off. Chastain v Byron. Watch out for Kyle Busch. Can he end 20 years of misery? He's in P7. For one more time tonight, we go green and restart the Daytona 500. It's boogity, boogity, boogity one more time. Now, Chastain on the high line. Byron takes low. Here comes Bowman and Cindric. And immediately, Kyle Busch, just being a little bit gingerly, doesn't want to get involved in any high drama. Just need to make it through and start making 3 positions. Again, Byron getting loose, being touched by Austin Cindric just behind him. Chastain getting into the mix as well. As again, high ride, there's 3 wide with Josh Berry involved further back. Truex getting in there with Ty Gibbs. Clean restart though, and that's what we needed to see. But Adam, it could change in an instant. The last 3 laps, as I said, this is where we need to be. This is where the heroes and immortality is unlocked.
That's right, Josh. And like I said earlier, Hendrick Motorsports is celebrating their 40th anniversary this year. Spirit of the 400 cars are up there. And how cool would it be to have a Hendrick car with the Daytona 500 and their 40th anniversary of competition? We got 2 laps to go.
Chastain and Byron getting very close together. Josh T as it comes through. Bell can't move any further as well. But Kyle Busch down to 9th position, getting phased out a little bit as they're still 2 wide down the back straightaway.
Yep, last 4 Daytona 500s. We've had 3 of 4 races, the last Daytona 500s, end in NASCAR overtime.
Oh, look at that. Cindric pushing through, down low. Byron takes the lead. Chastain drops back. Bowman having to find through. And Tom, this is it. It starts to have a bit more pressure. 3 wide with 2 to go. This is now it. Make your move. Make your mind to time. Look at Kyle Busch trying to go high, gets blocked by Elliott.
Yeah, they want to start that line, but what's happened now is that actually our 2 in what was the high line have sort of started to fall back. So Kyle Busch, there's a little bit of tire smoke. Everyone's okay. Some sparks coming off the apron as well, but right now it's not gone well for that high line. Byron has the lead and is doing a very good job at it right now. He is in the driving seat for the Daytona 500, but they've opened up the high line.
It's happening again. 3 out of the last 4 ended behind the caution. Are we going to have a clean flag run? They're 3 wide in the mid-pack, but they are bunching up once again. Byron will come through to take the white flag here at Daytona. We see Martin Truex Jr. getting involved as well as they come into the triangle section. The white flag is out. The last time, and they've crashed across the line, but the white flag's out. It's another big one into the wall. The caution is out. And William Byron wins the Daytona 500. Ross Chastain slides out. The white flag was out before the yellow. William Byron takes it and will win the Daytona 500. Wow! We won't go to overtime. The white flag by Credit One Bank was displayed. And William Byron is going to enter immortality and will win. He's had a win here before at Daytona. A 500 to come his way. Watch the mid-pack. That's where the crash ended up, but it was a separate one at the front. Just having the problem. The yellow flag is out. It doesn't matter, because the double checkers come out. Bowman second. William Byron takes the checkered flag and wins the Daytona 500. The keys to immortality go to him. Bowman second by 6 thousandths.
And again, it's totally avoidable. I don't know why the number 1 felt the need to jump down low quite that aggressively when there was a car on his inside. That was completely avoidable once again.
William Byron wins the Daytona 500.
Unbelievable. 40 years to the day, Hendrick Motorsports goes 1-2 at the Daytona 500.
And it was uniform across the line. 6 thousandths of a second officially, but the yellow called it. 40 years since Hendrick Motorsports joined, and their team is 1-2 in the Daytona 500. Oh, and that's Ross Chastain trying to get back to the pits and blowing up his front right tyre. William Byron, the keys to immortality. He wins the Daytona 500 in 2024. Adam, brilliant race.
That's right, and it's the first time. It's the first time the car number 24 has won the Daytona 500 since Jeff Gordon took it in 2005. I said it was Hendrick Motorsports' 40th anniversary. What a way to start it by winning the great American race and taking home the legendary Harley J. Earl Trophy. And look at William Byron doing victory donuts. What a way to start the year for Hendrick Motorsports. What a way to start the year for William Byron.
Oh, he's reversing.
Driving a car that we all know was very successful. Like Jeff Gordon, he retired, and now it's William Byron. And yeah, you know, what a way to start the year for Hendrick Motorsports. Oh yeah.
Fantastic. He won here, of course, in 2020 at the Coca-Cola Zero 400, the Daytona race in the summer. But now he gets the 500, the big one. The keys to immortality. How close? Kyle Busch ended up down in 12th place. Dale Earnhardt did it before.
Let's not get it stuck on the grass.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt did it, of course. Burnouts on the grass. Junior did it. Michael Waltrip did it. So many others across the years. Byron adds to it. Tops the car. The crowd erupt. The fireworks go off. William Byron wins the Daytona 500. And is he going to do...
Right.
Gets the checkered flag. And waves
Right place,
the
right
light.
time, William Byron.
Yeah. What a race. And let the celebrations and parties begin. And what will Xfinity bring? That race follows the 500 next on, well, Josh T, if you could pop the link in so people can watch it on Abu Dhabi Sports. We won't get in trouble.
Or I
doesn't
or I
actually
can watch
click on. Yes.
Or I can watch the NASCAR Xfinity Series race over here in the United States on FS1. So,
Well, I think that's going to be me, Josh. Go get some sleep if you don't mind.
No worries at all. Thank you, Tom. What did you make of it?
Thanks, Tom. I always appreciate it, my friend.
Thank you, Adam. Well, I'll be honest with you, slightly... Oh, we're going to the leader. Okay, I'll be very quick. A bit of a disappointing end, however, very enjoyable race.
Yes. Thank you, Tom. Let's hear from William Byron, our winner.
I have so many emotions. Obviously, hate what happened on the backstretch. I just got pushed and got sideways, but just so proud of this team, whole Exalta team, 40th anniversary to the day on Monday. So just extremely blessed and thankful for all the opportunities, and yeah, we just want to keep it going. We have a lot to prove this year, and this is a good start, obviously. And Daytona 500, it's freaking awesome. Let's go.
William, you have not had a good track record here. Never even finished in the top 10. What was the difference here tonight in getting yourself positioned to be there at the end?
I don't know, just really good strategy. We obviously laid back and tried to save fuel for most of the race, and we would get up there at the end of the stages and make some moves, and I see Boss Man coming up here, but yeah, just thankful for great power under the hood, all of our partners, Chevrolet, everybody that allows us to do this. And I'm just a kid from racing on computers and winning the Daytona 500. I can't believe it. I wish my dad was here. He's sick, but this is for him, man. We've been through so much, and we sat up in the grandstands together and watched the race. This is so freaking cool.
Go see your boss right there, Mr. Hendrick, waiting for him.
Let's get the latest from everyone at Fox.
Daytona. Alex Bowman completes
That's the Hendrick 1-2 finish in the Daytona 500. You came really close, Alex. How close was that from your perspective as you crossed the line?
Yeah, I was pretty sure William had us, but you're going to let him debate it, right? I think a couple hundred more feet, and obviously we had the run, but just so proud of everybody at Hendrick Motorsports. It's 40 years to the day since they ran their first race, so to get a Hendrick Motorsports 1-2, have the 24 car in victory lane. Obviously, I wish it was our Ally 48, but it was a great day for us, so proud of everybody. We did everything we could right. I feel like I made a couple mistakes early and kind of learned throughout the day, and when it came down to the end, I feel like I made the right moves. Having to go up and block the top lane at the end with like 3 to go there, that just slowed us down and kind of killed the momentum of the middle. But still second place in the Daytona 500, HMS 1-2. Great for Chevrolet and everybody involved. So wish it was one spot better, but still proud of the whole team.
Thanks, Alex.
Chevrolet considered an underdog coming into the 500. The Toyotas won the qualifying races. The Fords won the front row. Chevrolet takes home the big trophy. 100 wins at Daytona for Chevrolet.
All right, let's back this up and watch. You see the momentum on the outside. Chastain, Bowman pushing him. Watch the energy coming. Chastain gets out on him. All of a sudden, here comes the energy from Bowman to Chastain. Big pushes coming. Puts Chastain in a momentum situation. Byron sees him coming. He hears him block right there. Chastain moves, shoots the gap, clips Cindric, turns him around.
Yeah, and Chastain had the right idea of where he needed to go.
He went for it.
The caution came out at the wrong time, and William Byron winds up winning the race with the timing of the caution on the white flag lap.
From Alex Bowman.
Watch this push. Here he goes for the gap, shoots it, closed in. He was going for it.
All those guys are going for it. Everybody was doing exactly what they had to do. Eric Jones's Advent Health camera here as they're coming to the white. Seeing everything spin, he made it through.
And watch Chastain here. Man, he misses this inside wall so close when he spins down here. Watch how close he gets to this end of the pit road wall.
And the other thing that I noticed,
Kevin.
But the thing I noticed from that camera angle and the sound, I never heard him lift.
Nope.
Not until he was in the grass.
You ain't lifting the end of this race. Going for it. You think he's happy?
Jeff Gordon, vice chair of Hendrick Motorsports. Ross Chastain is known for making the big move, the Hail Melon, the win last November at Phoenix. And he was probably one move away from winning the Daytona 500 tonight. It is William Byron and Hendrick Motorsports who get to celebrate the great American race.
An outstanding Daytona 500.
Is it bad?
Don't know what they were talking about there. An outstanding Daytona 500. Here's the results then. William Byron is the winner. Alex Bowman is in second. Christopher Bale is third. Corey LeJour goes fourth. AJ Allmendinger fifth. Bubba Wallace sixth. John Hunter Nemechek is in seventh. Chase Briscoe is eighth. Eric Jones goes ninth. Noah Gregson rounds out the top 10. Kyle Larson is 11th. Kyle Busch is 12th. Zane Smith 13th. Chase Elliott's 14th. Martin Truex Jr. 15th. Daniel Hemrick is in 16th. Ty Gibbs 17th. Chris Buescher is in 18th. Denny Hamlin 19th. David Reagan dropped down to 20th in the open car, but the highest open car of the entire lot. Well done to him. Ross Chastain's 21st. Austin Cindric 22nd. Ryan Preece 23rd. And Riley Herzberg is in 24th position. Further down the field as well, Josh Berry's 25th, Justin Haley 26th, Anthony Alfredo is 27th, Jimmy Johnson 28th, Tyler Reddick 29th, Ryan Blaney 30th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 31st, Joey Logano 32nd, Brad Keselowski 33rd, Daniel Suarez 34th, Todd Gillihan 35th, Michael McDowell 36th, Austin Dillon 37th, Kaz Grala 38th, Harrison Burton 39th, and Carson Hocevar is in 40th. The official points as they run then on the race scorecard that you can see here on Race Control. This is how they ended it as well, because Will Byron on 51 points, Bowman on 42, Bush on 38, Larson 36, Christopher Bell 34, Chase Elliott 34, Corey DeJour 33, John Hunter Nemechek 31, Chase Briscoe 30, Eric Jones 29 as well. But that keeps changing while we wait for the official results to be called. Just waiting for the podium ceremony then as well, and the trophy to be presented. Let's get the thoughts of our panelists as well up here. Starting with you, Josh T. What did you make of the 66th running of the Daytona 500?
An absolutely incredible race. We had the big one towards the end, and it's good for the number 60. He did lead a lap. He led 2 laps actually on the board, as well as William Byron jumps out of the car in victory lane. The confetti flies, but also impressive for the 60 because he was the top open car and he was tapped in the wreck as well, going over the white flag.
It's all good, Adam. What a absolute fantastic race. What's your thoughts?
What a way to start the 2024 NASCAR Cup Series season. 24 in 24.
Oh, yeah.
What a way to start Hendrick Motorsports 40th anniversary. Man, you feel for men like Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric. The Fords were dominant here all night long until we had the big one, and basically all the Fords were in that wreck. And man, oh man, oh man, did it ever live up to the hype? Oh yes, it did. And now we head up to Atlanta Motor Speedway. I guess you can say another super speedway next time out, and well, it should be interesting next weekend, and we'll have all the coverage here for you on JB Motorsports. So you're home for NASCAR in 2024 along with good friends at USRN.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Let's check in then with the panelists at Fox as well as we wait for the trophy. We'll hand over to Shannon.
I feel like it was just yesterday that we were going, who is this kid that Rick Hendrick is replacing Jeff Gordon with in that 24 car? But that is no longer the case because this kid is now a Daytona 500 champ.
Well, and he's showing he can win at any type of racetrack. It doesn't matter if it's a short track, a road course, an intermediate track, and you talked about it, his 11th career win. Yeah, he's won at Daytona before, and it was his very first career win in the summer race a few years ago. But to your point, now he is a Daytona 500 champion.
Yeah, and I think if we just back up to last year, the 6 wins he had, he was the favorite heading into the playoffs. Probably a little disappointed he didn't win the championship, but I would say this would be the best consolation prize to that, being able to win the Daytona 500. And that moment he had where he met Rick Hendrick on the infield, that's a moment he'll never forget.
100%. It was a 1-2 finish for Hendrick Motorsports. Of course, Alex Bowman finishing second. Chase Elliott a little further back in 14th. He's with Josh Sims.
Chase Elliott coming home 14th at the Daytona 500. How would you describe your night, the way things played out, and overall what it means for your organization to see a teammate win the Daytona 500?
Yeah, really cool. Super happy for everybody at Hendrick Motorsports. Obviously, a lot of effort goes into this weekend, and to kick off the 40th season with a win like that, it's got to be a really big deal. So I'm happy for William, happy for the boss. Congrats to all the 24 guys. William was right in the ball game all day, and he did the best job there at the end, and that's when it pays. So proud of our effort. I thought we were nice to finish one, and I kind of made a mistake there, got indecisive on my lanes there on that last lap, and cost us a much better finish. I'm not sure if I could ever got to the front row, but certainly would have liked the opportunity at it. But nonetheless, it was thought we executed the day pretty solid, and Hendrick Motorsports got a win, so not all bad.
Thanks, Chase.
It's a family sport, and we have seen that family, the Byron family, alongside William throughout his career. Mom Dana right there giving him a hug in victory lane. What a moment. We'll be right back.
It really is a moment to be behold when the checker flag came out. But next up, this is what's coming. So much NASCAR in 2024. May only be one, but that's it. We're done. They've lifted up the trophy. Everything now wrapped up here for the Daytona 500. So it's only fair that we give everyone's predictions going forward as to what could happen. Adam, starting with you, what do you expect we're going to see for the rest of the season?
I think we will see I think Brad Keselowski finds a way to victory lane. He is due. He is past due. He is way due. I think we see Daniel Suarez in victory lane. I think we see Ross Chastain in victory lane. Yes, I'm even going to say this. Last year we saw SVG win on the streets of Chicago. I think SVG finds a way to get it done in a Cup Series race that he enters. He's entered in a couple of road courses. One is at Coda, and obviously the one at Chicago, where he is the defending champion. So, yeah, I think we're in for another exciting NASCAR Cup Series season, and next is the NASCAR Xfinity Series race, and you can catch that here on FS1 if you live in the United States, and over in the UK it is via Play Sports 2. I got my coffee, I got my snacks. I can say, Josh, I have enjoyed being with you guys here today and tonight, and thanks for the opportunity again, and look forward to working with you guys all throughout 2024. It has been an honor, and it has been a pleasure.
Pleasure having you as well, Adam. Thank you so much for joining us tonight as well. Josh T, what do you think about the season going ahead?
It's definitely going to be a fun season, as it always is in the NASCAR Cup Series. But before we look at that, today, of course, we've got the Xfinity. After this, Command is at 20:49 Eastern, which is 49 minutes past 1 in the UK. And Green Flag is approximately at 9:01 Eastern. Why can't they just make it 9 p.m. to be fair? Which is 2:01 in the UK. But NASCAR season, of course, we've got the Hendricks Motorsports special livery in Martinsville for all of those 4 cars for their 40th anniversary. Great, by the way, to start 40th anniversary with a Daytona 500 win. Of course, 40 years ago today, they started their first ever Daytona 500. I'm going to say Bubba Wallace gets into the playoffs for only the second time. And there's definitely going to be some wrecks involved in flips, I think. Hopefully not as bad as what we saw in Daytona with Ryan Preece last year. Of course, the end of the Daytona 500 signifies, after today, that the Daytona International Speedway will start work on the backstretch, removing some more grass resulting because of that wreck. But going to Bristol, of course, no more dirt race there, which is a shame, but it was kind of getting old, if you ask some people as well. Good to have the tarmac race, of course. New paving down at North Wilkesboro for the All-Star race later in the year, so that will be interesting when we go there. Of course, the Cup and the Truck Series going there as well.
Thanks, Josh T. Thanks, Adam. My thanks to Jackson as well for watching the behind the scenes. Omi dropped in for a second, and to Tom Dillon as well. My thanks to Maddie Patterson earlier on from MotoGP. That's today wrapped up then, and all of the action from NASCAR wrapped up from the Daytona 500. It's been a week, but it's been what a speed week. William Byron is our 2024 Daytona 500 champion. We'll see you in a week's time when NASCAR heads to Atlanta for the second round of the normal regular season. Don't forget, tomorrow we've got MotoGP and the final day of pre-season testing from Qatar. That's live from 11 a.m. GMT. On Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, we've got Formula One's Bahrain pre-season testing as well. And then following that will be the NASCAR from Atlanta. It's all kicking off now in 2024. No breaks. Everyone ever. JB Motorsports 24/7 started here with the Daytona 500. What a race. Thanks for your company. Do you know, I feel like I've known Daytona for a long time. The past 4 weeks, I've done so many commentaries. We'll see you in the summer for more from us all here. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.